Data popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Ghost-Eye Giant Crocodile. Introduction, this is a mutated creature that carries primeval powers. It's bad-tempered and enjoys loneliness. Its petrifying eyes can turn any creature 10 levels below itself into rock. When infuriated, it can spit out destructive wind. Level 49. Quality Legendary. Spiritual Energy 7,705 points. Effect, it can build up your body if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible, Petrifying Eyes. Absorbable. Note, it possesses a power of at least 5 million kilograms at this moment. It's an adult and very smart. Han Fei gasped hard when he saw the data. He cursed the arena for tricking him. When he picked the opponent, it was clearly described as a level 47 exotic creature. Yet, it turned out to be a level 49 legendary creature? Then should he bother fighting at all? Little Fatty was only level 38. However, awesome it was. Could it crush a level 49 legendary creature? It was 11 levels higher than Little Fatty and too strong for Little Fatty to resist. Besides, what was the power of 5 million kilograms about? Even 1/10 of it would mean 500,000 kilograms. He could only deflect half of that. Even if he was fused with Little Fatty, wouldn't he be easily slapped into a pulp of meat by the creature? Han Fei swallowed. How would it feel when one was hit by 2,500 tons? He would probably be reduced into atoms. Even though he was to use the majestic mystic spell and the sacrificing punch, he couldn't possibly deal a force of a million kilograms. Even so, Han Fei could fight peak-level hanging fishers when he was in his best state. And peak-level dangling fishers would just be pieces of cake for this beast. Hanging Fisher estimated that this Ghost-Eye Giant Crocodile could kill 5 peak-level hanging fishers with one swing of its tail. The host roared excitedly, "Do you see it? This is the Ghost-Eye Giant Crocodile, a level 49 exotic creature that possesses tremendous strength. It's as strong as any peak-level dangling fisher. However, our octopus weirdo is going to challenge this beast as an advanced dangling fisher. He's truly brave. I hereby announce that the odds are Ghost-Eye Giant Crocodile, 1.1. Octopus Weirdo, 1:5. However, hardly had the host finished his announcement when someone roared furiously, "What's wrong with you? 1:5? How could you possibly say that?" The host had received the message that almost 600 million had been bet on Octopus Weirdo before he released the odds. Clearly, someone was intentionally betting on Octopus Weirdo, which meant that they were very confident in Octopus Weirdo. Naturally, the arena had to lower both the odds for the Ghost-Eye Giant Crocodile and Octopus Weirdo. But someone threw things at the host right after that. Most of the things were from Jiang Tong's direction. "That's unfair. We protest. How can it be 1:5? It should be at least 110. Yes, 110. Asshole, do you think there's any chance that Octopus Weirdo can win?" The host wasn't bothered at all. He simply continued, "Please trust the wind. Thunder Arena. We've always been objective, unbiased, and rigorous. Our analysts have analyzed Octopus Weirdo and found that he is as good as a hanging fisher in his peak state. So, our odds are fine." Xiao Xiaochan coldly glanced back. She was wondering if she could kill the waiter behind him, impersonate him, and then kill the host at the edge of the arena. Luo Xiaobai frowned and considered how she could stop the challenge. Lu Renquan said in a shivering voice, who can possibly win this? I have no doubt that Han Fei is good, but the problem is that this ghost-eye giant crocodile is too unimaginably strong. Wait. A roar burst out of the field. Han Fei pointed a finger at the host ferociously. The host asked, Octopus weirdo, what do you want to say? The game is about to start. You'll have to compensate if you admit defeat. Han Fei roared, I suspect that the Wind Thunder Arena is cheating, and that this ghost-eye giant crocodile is not an exotic creature, but a legendary one. Also, I believe that this ghost-eye giant crocodile is level 49 rather than level 47. Everybody whispered and discussed with each other. The host smiled and said, Octopus weirdo, the Wind Thunder Arena has always been fair and just. This ghost-eye giant crocodile has been confirmed by many hidden fishers to be a level 47 exotic creature. If you want to chicken out, please don't slander the Wind Thunder Arena with such excuses. The host sneered. You're the one who played tricks with the Wind Thunder Arena. First, you think we can't take any countermeasures? Han Fei simply said, then I dare the Wind Thunder Arena to a bet. What if this ghost-eye giant crocodile isn't a level 47 creature? The host was about to talk, when a bearded man said, Everybody, listen to me. I'm the manager of the Wind Thunder Arena, and I'm responsible for everything here. I assure you that this ghost-eye giant crocodile is a level 47 exotic creature. Han Fei scoffed. That's your word against mine. Let me just ask you if you're up for the bet. The bearded man smiled and said, the Wind Thunder Arena is definitely confident to accept the bet. However, Octopus weirdo, nobody has ever bet with the Wind Thunder Arena before. Do you have enough capital? You'll need more than 100 million for the bet. Han Fei grinned and said, I'm going to bet 500 million with you. Are you up for it? The bearded man's face slightly changed. Was there really something wrong with the ghost-eye giant crocodile? However, the bearded man didn't think that Han Fei would come play such a ruse. If he were so rich, so he simply asked, Octopus weirdo, do you have the money? If I take out the money, would the Wind Thunder Arena be accepting the bet? Today, hundreds of thousands of people are watching. Think before you say anything. The bearded man was silent for a few seconds, but then a voice echoed in his head. Don't worry. Just bet with him. The bearded man grinned and said, haha, since you want to bet, Octopus weirdo, the Wind Thunder Arena will accept the bet as long as you have the money for it. Han Fei was about to talk, when he seemed shocked and he swallowed. The bearded man smiled. What's up, Octopus weirdo? You short of cash? In the auditorium, many people were dumbfounded by the bet, but Han Fei's face changed when the Wind Thunder Arena accepted the bet. Everybody's first reaction was that Han Fei was a fraud and he was too scared to fight. But in fact, it was because Han Fei received a telepathic voice. It didn't come from anyone else or through his ears, but appeared directly in his heart. He had no idea how the ghost-eye giant crocodile was speaking to him. The ghost-eye giant crocodile said, Human being, I can hide my level and bloodline. They can't find the truth unless I'm willing to, so you will surely lose. However, if you change your term of the bet into getting me out, I can give you a hand. Don't talk aloud. Seal what you want to say in your heart with your soul power. I can hear it. Han Fei was instantly shocked. Damn it. Could every creature talk these days? Also, why was this big oaf so shrewd? In the way that the ghost-eyed giant crocodile instructed, Han Fei replied. That works, but can you pretend to be defeated by me later? Yes, as long as you can take me out of here. Han Fei was surprised. Are you not afraid that I'll sell you out? You can't stop me. Also, because our level gap is too huge, you can't sign a contract with me. Besides, I'll follow you after we go out. You can't stop me. Even if you find a hidden fissure to help you. Han Fei was intrigued. He didn't expect this big guy to be so confident. He had no idea that the ghost-eyed giant crocodile had been caged for 8 years. There was no telling when its next challenger would show up. Now that it finally had a challenger who was both weak and stupid, it had to seize the opportunity. In the next second, Han Fei looked at the bearded man and said, I'll accept the bet, but I won't take your money. I want it. Han Fei pointed at the ghost-eyed giant crocodile and declared confidently. The bearded man sneered. Take out your money if you have it, otherwise I can't be sure that you can pay if you lose. Do we have a deal if I take out the money? In a certain private room, a middle-aged man scanned the ghost-eyed giant crocodile for a 7th time. He was quite sure that there was nothing wrong with the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. Immediately, the man said telepathically, accept it. The bearded man grinned and said, it's not that big of a deal for us. Then, as Han Fei waved his hand, a thing that shocked the host and the bearded man happened. Han Fei looked at the audience and said, I hereby bet with the wind thunder arena. If this ghost-eyed giant crocodile is a level 47 exotic creature, I'll pay 500 million mid-quality pearls to them, but if it isn't, I'll have the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. After that, a hill of boxes that were loaded with glittering mid-quality pearls appeared in the arena. Han Fei snorted. I have nothing but money. You really think I'm too scared to play this game? When Han Fei presented 500 million mid-quality pearls, everybody was astounded. Huh. Clang. God. This octopus weirdo is so rich. Dear sea god. He's so freaking rich. Why are you playing games in the arena when you're rich? Something wrong with your head? Jiang Tong collapsed to the ground, feeling that 10,000 iron-headed fish were raging in his heart. Was that jerk so rich as to engage in a bet of 500 million? He felt that his world had been turned upside down. While he was being so anxious about the 5 million mid-quality pearls, that man had easily taken out 500 million mid-quality pearls as stakes for a bet. How could he be so wealthy? At this moment, Jiang Tong couldn't help but where he had met this guy before. He was positive that he had met this Chao Daqiu before. Well, Chao Daqiu was apparently a fake name. He only knew Chao Qiu. But Chao Qiu was from a renowned family in the 1,000-star city. He couldn't be here. Also, Chao Qiu did not seem to be capable of fighting very soon. Someone dragged Han Fei's 500 million mid-quality pearls to the periphery of the field and sent a team of guards to watch it. In the private room, a middle-aged man's lips curled upward. He was sure that he would win the bet, and the battle would continue. The bearded man said, Octopus weirdo, we have a bet. Now, you need to prove that this ghost-eyed giant crocodile isn't a level 47 exotic creature. Of course, you're free to ask your teacher from the Fiery Dragon Town to help. He isn't from the Fiery Dragon Town. Suddenly, a peak-level dangling fisher roared from the crowd. Han Fei looked back, only to find that it was none other than Xuan Nan whom he had hit before. But Han Fei couldn't care less about it, as his fake identity had already been discovered. Since he had already been seen through, the disguise did not matter anymore. He simply laughed and said, "You think I'd bet with you if I didn't know what I was doing? Observe. Golden invincible fiery eyes. Pooh." Many people were lost for words. "Why are you still so naughty when you're losing?" Someone roared at him from the auditorium, "Stop bragging and show us what you've got." "That's right. Try if you think you can. We're eyewitnesses to the bet." Someone shouted, "Come on. Start your performance." In the crowd, Lu Renquan was looking around. Is he crazy? There must be experts in the Wind Thunder Arena, and the experts didn't see it? Luo Xiaobai shrugged. I don't know. Let's wait and see. In the crowd, Zhang Xuanyu was shocked by Han Fei's action. He didn't think anybody could be more dogged than Han Fei. The 80 girls from the Blue Sea town were completely dumbfounded, not yet recovered from the shock of the 500 million mid-quality pearls. He Xiaoyu covered her mouth and couldn't say anything. She knew exactly how destitute Han Fei was. He was so poor that he had to divide a regular sea clam into 2 parts for 2 meals. Yet, he had 500 million at this moment? How unbelievable was that? However, for some reason, He Xiaoyu believed that Han Fei would surely win now. That he dared to bet, so she bet all her money on him. Nearby, Xiao Wushuang and the others all swallowed, and Xiao Wushuang even said, "How great would it be if I could also show off in front of hundreds of thousands of people like him?" In the field, Han Fei solemnly stretched his arms and legs and began to dance. While waving his arms and lifting his legs, Han Fei hopped and murmured, "Hum. Hum. Hum." All gods in the universe revealed a real appearance of the monster right now. The audience. Xia Xiaochan. Jiang Tong. Right when someone couldn't hold it anymore and was about to throw their shoes to Han Fei suddenly roared, "Ha! Yaha!" Fiery and golden eyes, open. From Han Fei's eyes, 2 weird pillars of light that were a mixture of red and white beamed out. In fact, in the eyes of the experts, that was nothing more than an amalgamation of spiritual energy and other energy. What could it possibly do? However, in the eyes of the outsiders, it was very awe-inspiring. What could be weirder than a person whose eyes were like flashlights? When the spiritual energy fell upon the ghost, a giant crocodile that was still shackled, nothing happened at first. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. Someone cursed aloud, "He's just a bragger. I was almost fooled by him." Who? After he just said that, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile suddenly roared and spewed out a tremendous amount of scorching smoke, baring its fangs and wiggling its body. The chains made of unknown materials were clanging. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile was obviously on a rampage. Hum. Dreadful and shocking aura burst out of the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. In the sky, Xiao Zhan almost fell off from the clouds. "You can do that?" Xiao Zhan was speechless. Han Fei was only being pretentious. Why was the ghost-eyed giant crocodile provoked by him? Immediately, Xiao Zhan realized that there was something going on that he didn't quite know. From the mouth of the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, a destructive gale blew out and left a huge dent on the floor. All the stones on its part were burnt to smithereens. Han Fei quickly dodged aside. He was quite shocked. "You are really serious, aren't you?" Hanfei instantly shouted, "Did you see it? You're telling me that this is the power that a level 47 creature can unleash? I'll give whoever dares to say that 100 million. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile became more and more intimidating and powerful. Very soon, it unleashed all its brutality and magnificence. The destructive gain hit the barrier. Though it didn't break the barrier, dozens of people who supported it vomited blood. The audience all leaned back. Some of them were even ready to flee. Not good. It's too powerful to be blocked by the barrier. Ask Lord Hanging Fisher to suppress it. Before the Hanging Fisher arrived, a middle-aged man had flown out of the private room and laid his hands on the barrier thoughtfully. Damn it. What trick did this boy play? This goddamn ghost-eyed giant crocodile pretended to be a level 47 exotic creature for 8 years? Hanfei raised his head and said, "Hey, you are a hidden fisher." Well, I won, didn't I? Although I'm not very strong, my eyes are very keen. I've sharpened my eyes for decades. Shut up. Even though it's not level 47, who can prove that it's a legendary creature? Also, aren't you a fraud to pretend to be a heavenly talent from the fiery dragon town? Hanfei sneered. Are we talking about our identity now? What did your wind thunder arena do earlier? Also, I'm a fraud? Look at the legendary creature. That's at least level 49, if not level 50. You kept it for 8 years, and you say that you don't know its real level? I would have been killed by it already had it not been for my keen eyes. Hanfei wasn't intimidated at all. To speak to a hidden fisher. He even sassed the man as if he were much stronger than him. Many audience members were shocked by that. Who 0000? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile roared again and launched another destructive gale, and Hanfei simply took out an ultra-quality spiritual shield to defend himself. Bam! Hanfei was knocked away by the blow and vomited blood. Great! You're just buying more time for yourself. You won't need to pay anything if I'm dead. Right? However, the hidden fisher said casually, the Wind Thunder Arena of course honors our promise, but you personally ordered this ghost-eyed giant crocodile. And you want us to suppress it for you? Also, while the Wind Thunder Arena didn't realize the ghost-eyed giant crocodile's real strength, you're the one who proposed to challenge it. If you can't subdue it, you can forfeit, and everybody will get their stakes back. But you'd better take this ghost-eyed giant crocodile away when you become more capable. Hanfei immediately roared, You think I'll trust you? Next time I come here, it probably will have been cooked by you. Who can I complain to if you claim that it's already dead by then? As he talked, the destructive gale blew Hanfei 3 times and damaged the ultra-quality shield. Hanfei simply roared, Let's continue the game. I'll bet another $500,000 on myself. I can put it at ease as easily as I infuriate it. The hidden fisher hummed and then snapped his finger. Then, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile was unshackled and unveiled. I admire your courage. This ghost-eyed giant crocodile will be yours as long as you can subdue it. Because of the Wind Thunder Arena's mistake in determining its level, we're willing to offer you 100 million mid-quality pearls as compensation. Hanfei secretly cursed. You're talking as if you mean it. If I'm killed, I won't get anything in the end. Activating the majestic mystic spell, Hanfei became more and more intimidating. Also, he attached Little Fatty to itself, which allowed him to break the barrier of hanging Fisher easily. Hiss. A lot of audience members were shocked. They didn't know that this son of B*TCH had been hiding himself so well. When Han Fei decided to continue the challenge, the host roared, "Dear audience, Octopus Weirdo is truly as expected of a hidden unparalleled heavenly talent. He chooses a head-on clash, despite the unfavorable circumstances. Now that he has seen through the ghost-eye giant crocodile, will he be able to win?" Some audience members instantly cursed. Damn it. Does he even need to fight? How can he possibly defeat a legendary creature? Shoot. I just bet 1,000 mid-quality pearls on Octopus Weirdo. Can I get them back? Son of a bitch, you could have admitted defeat. Why do you have to keep fighting? Xiao Zhan observed the scene, deep in thought. He knew that Han Fei wasn't an idiot, and he was slightly surprised by the ghost-eye giant crocodile's outrage, which seemed to be too coincidental. The girls from the Blue Sea town couldn't have looked more awful. Someone shouted, "Hey! I'm screwed. I'll suffer a huge loss. I think we just lost 40 million for brother Yu." Jiang Tong's face almost turned green. Why did this man have to persist in the challenge when he had been given the option to quit? You decided to fight it when you knew that it was a legendary creature? It's legendary. Xiao Xiaochan frowned. The first thing that came to her mind was the hexagon starfish. She knew Han Fei so well that she wondered if Han Fei had reached a secret deal with this ghost-eye giant crocodile. Zhang Xuanyu slapped his thigh and cursed, "This reckless man must be setting other people up." Lu Renquang rolled his eyes. "Xiaobai, do you think he is an idiot?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No. He definitely has other moves." He Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was so anxious that she held her fists tightly. But she had some doubts too. She remembered when Han Fei took them to the pit of the purple-tail scorpions. She had a feeling that Han Fei wouldn't fight for real. Those who were familiar with Han Fei knew a thing or two about his personality. However, nobody knew Han Fei well in the Wind Thunder town. Especially not when Han Fei had turned into Octopus Weirdo. As a result, everybody including the hidden Fisher was not thinking how Han Fei could defeat the ghost-eye giant crocodile, but that he might be able to appease it one way or another. Once that happened, Han Fei would still be a winner. That was why the hidden Fisher said that Han Fei could forfeit. However, the ghost-eye giant crocodile unshackled, spat out a destructive gale and then swung its tail at Han Fei. Han Fei ran crazily and shouted, "Heed my order now, freeze!" All of a sudden, the audience saw that the enormous ghost-eye giant crocodile was truly frozen, with its tail kept in the swinging gesture. F***ck. What the hell is this? What's this ability? Why didn't I feel any kind of waves or energy? Han Fei squeaked, "Ah." As expected of a legendary creature. You've successfully resisted my mind control? The ghost-eye giant crocodile moved again. As if it had broken some sort of shackle, it swung its tail at Han Fei again. Han Fei shouted in a strained voice again, "Heavens and earth give me power. Freeze now." Shwa. The ghost-eye giant crocodile was stiffened one more time, which made the audience stunned. What the hell? What technique did this man use to freeze it? Again? Someone was suspicious. Are they fighting in the world of souls? That's bulls***. Does the world of souls even exist? But that's what Octopus Weirdo cried out just now. Lu Renquang covered his face. I know what's going on now. Luo Xiaobai chuckled. So do I. Xiao Shaochan laughed so hard that she almost fell off from the window of the private room. Jiang Tong was dumbfounded. What was this about? Was this octopus weirdo so strong that he couldn't comprehend it all? Han Fei moved fast. He stepped on 7 masses of spiritual energy and then shouted, "The array of 7 stars can seal a god." Then, Han Fei jumped to the stiffened ghost-eye giant crocodile and shouted at it, "Don't move and don't resist." The ghost-eye giant crocodile seemed to have broken something else. The audience and the hidden fisher were all puzzled. They wondered if it was any kind of unknown barriers that could directly seal the soul. Xiao Zhan, on the other hand, was sitting on the top of the wind thunder arena. He covered his head with one hand and almost wanted to beat Han Fei up. If your trick is discovered, the Thug Academy will be humiliated by you, and the president will certainly beat you up from the west side of the wind thunder arena to its east side. H000000. The destructive gales were spurted out randomly, and the ghost-eye giant crocodile crazily writhed. Then, its tail hit the barrier, making the audience on that side pee their pants and flee. The hidden fisher trembled in shock. What kind of power was that? It was as powerful as an intermediate hidden fisher's attack? Just a swing of the tail? Sticking to the ghost-eye giant crocodile with little fatty, Han Fei was almost thrown off. He was lost for words. How could anyone possibly resist a random attack of a force of 2,500 tons? Han Fei simply said, "Suck. Suck. Suck." Circles of spiritual energy flowed into Han Fei's body. Han Fei was really sucking it, or he couldn't fool the audience. Someone exclaimed, "Not good. That octopus can suck both spiritual energy and other energy. The ghost-eye giant crocodile is going to lose." Many people spontaneously stood up. No. You can't be serious. How can a level 49 legendary creature be defeated by an advanced dangling fisher? The hidden fisher who protected the array was shocked too. He had noticed that the octopus was not a naturally endowed spiritual beast but only a contractual spiritual beast. What kind of contractual spiritual beast could boast such terrifying attraction force? Also, Han Fei's secret technique of outburst alarmed him. 2. It increased his power by at least 3 times. A moment later, when the ghost-eye giant crocodile's voice echoed in Han Fei's heart, its legs shivered, and it collapsed on the floor. Duong. Han Fei waved at the audience. I said I would win. Dear audience, please raise your hands. I know you must have made a fortune. Thank you for trusting me. Clatter. A whirlwind of smelly shoes, socks, and pieces of wood were thrown at Han Fei. Someone yelled, "You are a shameless B*****starred." Someone was angry. "Brat, you were acting the whole time? You could have beaten Ming Kuan and Jing Chongfeng easily. You are a fraud. Fraud. You're just ripping us off." Han Fei declared angrily, "We're all adults here. Be responsible for what you say. I fought a long and exhausting battle before I finally won. Why am I a fraud? Just look at the blood on me." Suddenly, the hidden fisher pointed his finger at Han Fei, and all the stains of blood on Han Fei disappeared. His skin couldn't have been cleaner or smoother. Han Fei? Oh. You are a fraud. The hidden fisher couldn't be more enraged by this thief. While the arena was full of people, they had bet no more than 1.5 billion on the ghost-eye giant crocodile and 600 million on Han Fei, so the arena would be losing 3 billion. They would lose all that they had already earned from the previous games, and at least another 500 million. Besides, they even lost this legendary creature. The hidden fisher couldn't have been more regretful. He should have called off the match just now. Why was he so greedy about the brat's 500 million? Mid-quality pearls? It was a perfect setup. He was losing both money and the legendary creature, which couldn't possibly be bought with money. If he were to sell a legendary creature for 5 billion, someone in the 1,000-star city would buy it immediately. 5 billion seemed a lot, but it was actually not worth mentioning in the currency level of higher levels. The expletives were still flooding out of the audience. The hidden fisher landed and looked at Han Fei. It's fine if you want to take the ghost-eye giant crocodile away. The tricks you played are allowed by the rules too. However, you must restore your appearance if you want to go. Who are you? Where are you from? I'll investigate it on my own. At this moment, the audience was in turmoil in the auditorium. They would have run to the field and beaten Han Fei to death if the ghost-eye giant crocodile weren't still there. Scratching his head and thinking for a long time, Han Fei suddenly shouted at the sky. Sir, are you there? Gloomily, Xiao Zhan let out a soft hum. He really didn't want to talk to this little jerk, but this little jerk had acquired a legendary creature and probably hundreds of millions of mid-quality pearls. So, he could tolerate the embarrassment. The dignity could always be won back in the games later. The hidden fisher suddenly turned back and saw Xiao Zhan, who was sitting on the top of the arena. He was appalled as he didn't know when Xiao Zhan got there. In the field, Han Fei's face changed back into what it originally was. Huh. Shoot. Who's this? Someone exclaimed, Han Fei? After Han Fei revealed his true appearance, everybody from the Blue Sea town couldn't be more shocked. He Xiaoyu grinned. She had just placed all her belongings, including the money she just earned, on Han Fei. The investment of 80,000 mid-quality pearls got her 5 times more in return. He Xiaoyu couldn't have even imagined the number. She had no idea that she would return with so much money when she was just here to watch the games. Xiao Wushuang, Xiang Nan, and the others, dumbfounded, all wailed regretfully. Xiao Wushuang asked, He Xiaoyu, did you know that this octopus weirdo was Han Fei? Why didn't you tell us? Or I would have bet all my money on him. He Xiaoyu snorted. I didn't realize that until just now. Also, there was too much suspense in the third game. Even I wasn't sure that Han Fei would win. Xiang Nan bashed his chest and stomped. There was a great bet before my eyes. But I didn't cherish it. I don't think I will ever have such an opportunity again. In his private room, Jiang Tong's mouth and eyes bulged. It was him? This asshole. That's why I felt that he was familiar. I didn't realize it was him. Jiang Tong was only surprised for a moment, then he felt that he was going to pass out overjoyed. 20%? Was he going to become a billionaire? At this moment, Jiang Tong felt extremely lucky about the decision he made. He thanked his intuition, which made him trust Han Fei and fool everybody he knew into betting on Han Fei. He was absolutely sure that his greatest gain on this trip to the Wind Thunder town wouldn't be the match, but the money that he unexpectedly earned. As for Xia Xiaochan, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others, they didn't know what approach Han Fei adopted, but they knew that Han Fei was definitely confident in doing what he did. The girls that Zhang Xuanyu summoned all jumped to their feet excitedly. They had all become millionaires all of a sudden. Could there be anything more exciting? As for Shui Nan and the students from the Fiery Dragon Town, they were all stupefied. It was him? How is it possible? How can a student be so strong? When the heavenly talents from other towns saw Han Fei, many recognized him. Someone said, "It's him." That explains a lot. The person who ranks top of the wanted list in the level 3 fishery is definitely not a joke. Someone asked, "He is Han Fei? The man who killed Mo Qianshang, the best expert on the wanted list in the level 3 fishery?" Someone nodded. Not just him. This man is bold enough to rob anyone. The man then stopped talking, as certain things had to be kept confidential. If he were to disseminate them, he might be caught and imprisoned. As to what kind of person Han Fei was in the level 3 fishery, those people might as well find it out on their own after they made it to the level 3 fishery. Those who participated in the match had mostly been to the level 3 fishery, but they generally didn't stay as long as Han Fei's crew. Some had only spent several months there, and some were planning to gain more money from the matches before they embarked on the voyage. No matter whether they knew Han Fei or not, Han Fei had undoubtedly become a rising star. The hidden fisher of the Wind Thunder Arena didn't say anything, but he made up his mind to add another rule to the Wind Thunder Arena, which was that the results of whoever participated in the games in disguise wouldn't be acknowledged. He admitted that he miscalculated this time, partly because the bet was open in the first place, and Han Fei didn't really cheat. He had fought all the battles merely as an advanced dangling fisher. But nobody expected that Han Fei would be so tough as to crush Ming Kuan, who had a winning streak of 138 victories and could even compare to the heavenly talents in the Thousand-Star City. At this moment, many natives of the Wind Thunder Town, who secretly observed, sent messages about how tough Han Fei was to their bosses. At this moment, Han Fei squatted before the ghost-eyed giant crocodile and said, telepathically, "As of today, you are free. You have two choices. Firstly, you can become my contractual spiritual beast, but I'm sorry, I don't have any opening for contractual spiritual beasts anymore. Secondly, you can work as a guardian beast of the Thug Academy for 10 years. If you want to leave after that, I won't stop you." Han Fei even winked at the ghost-eyed giant crocodile as he talked. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile was rather suspicious. "I won't become anyone's spiritual beast. As for being a guardian beast like you mentioned, did you mean it?" Han Fei winked and thought to himself, with old Bai and Xiaozhan here, you think you can run off? It won't be half bad to work as a guardian beast. Just look at the hexagon starfish, which is enjoying its life in the muddy pond every day. He said to the beast, "Whatever you want. I'm only interested in making money. However, I do think you should visit the Thug Academy first. Not just legendary creatures, the Thug Academy even has a few mysterious creatures. None of them are worse than you." The ghost-eyed giant crocodile was stunned by this bragging human. In its entire life, it had only seen mysterious creatures once. How could there be mysterious creatures in this human being's territory? Who? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile accepted the fate. At this moment, its top priority was to let this man take it out of the Wind Thunder Town, or someone Would probably catch it back even if it fled at this moment. Then, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile roared, in a smaller and smaller sound. In the eyes of the outsiders, it had been subdued by Han Fei. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile's body shrank and soon became a giant crocodile. More than 2 meters long. Even so, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile still looked ferocious. The fangs that it bore, in particular, were soul-stirring. Han Fei grinned at everybody. "Do any of you want to challenge me?" The audience burst into a fury again. "Fight? Fight my ass. We've lost all our money, and you still want to fight?" The hidden fisher snorted. "Take your money and this ghost-eyed giant crocodile and leave." Han Fei stretched his limbs and waved his hair. He was absolutely unscathed. Despite his ragged clothes, he didn't have to pretend to vomit blood any longer now that he had won. Han Fei swaggered out of the Wind Thunder arena. Many people were cursing and pointing fingers at him on his way. Han Fei wasn't bothered at all. He thought to himself, "I'm a rich person, I don't need to look at those misers." As for Xia Xiaochan, she had come to Jiangtong right after the game and was smiling at him, giving him goosebumps all over his body. Jiangtong wasn't an idiot. After knowing that octopus weirdo was Han Fei, he easily guessed that the girl with mushroom hair was Xia Xiaochan. Jiangtong said, "Cough, cough. Give me some time. I need to collect the money." Han Fei left in delight and flew to the Tree Core City on a boat with the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. He decided that he would not be seen again until the people forgot him and the arena was closed. Xiao Zhan soon arrived after Han Fei, followed by Luo Xiaobai and the others, who had each earned more than 5 million mid-quality pearls. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile didn't feel good when it saw Xiao Zhan, as this man seemed even stronger than the person in the Wind Thunder arena. Observing the ghost-eyed giant crocodile for a long time, Xiao Zhan asked, "You can talk, can't you?" The ghost-eyed giant crocodile didn't say anything, planning to keep it a secret. Han Fei, however, nudged it with his foot and said, "You can't escape Mr. Xiao Zhan's eyes. Seriously, you aren't the only animal that can talk. There are more in our academy." The ghost-eyed giant crocodile roared at Han Fei and then said helplessly, "I can talk, but what we have is just a deal. I'll help you make money, and you'll help me escape." Xiao Zhan held his chin and said, Not bad. Little crocodile, are you sure you don't want to be a contractual spiritual beast for one of the students in my academy? The boys and girls in my academy are all remarkable. It will be your privilege to work for them as a mere legendary creature." The big eyes of the ghost-eyed giant crocodile were filled with disdain and disbelief. Xiao Zhan said, "Han Fei, let out Little Gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp." Han Fei grinned, and Little Gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp instantly came out. Little Gold nuzzled Han Fei the moment it saw him without looking at the ghost-eyed giant crocodile at all, but the curious nine-tailed mantis shrimp had already laid its 9 chains on the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, ready to hump. "Who?" The ghost-eyed giant crocodile simply knocked the nine-tailed mantis shrimp away. "I'm already an adult. It would be humiliating if I got raped by a shrimp." But the ghost-eyed giant crocodile was truly shocked. It was true that both of the creatures had higher bloodline levels than itself. As they talked, Zhang Xuanyu and the others returned. He was laughing aloud. "Ha ha ha. We've made a fortune. A big fortune. Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang and the others came close and poured their swallowing seashells all over the ground. Lu Renquang said with his face shivering, had we known that it was so easy to make money in the arena, we wouldn't have needed to sell accessories. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, what do you know? You only have one chance to fight in the Wind Thunder Arena. Did you not see the new rule that it released when we left? Selling the accessories is more profitable in the long run. Besides, it's true that we didn't know we could make money in the arena. Xiao Zhan asked curiously, how much money did you make? Why are there so many swallowing seashells? Zhang Xuanyu, however, replied, oh. I just split the money with the girls. We made 200 million in total, and I gave 40 million to them. Cutting the cost, we have a profit of 160 million. Xiao Zhan's eyes cramped. Had those boys invested so much money? However, that many pearls wasn't exactly a large number for Xiao Zhan. In his opinion, if he made up his mind to make that much money, well, it probably wouldn't be too easy. Xiao Zhan asked again, where is Xia Xiaochan? Han Fei said with a smile, she's collecting money for me. Huh? You cooperated with other people? Luo Xiaobai was the first to realize what was going in. A loss of merely 100 million probably wasn't worth the hidden fisher of the Wind Thunder Arena taking action himself. She wondered what Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan did. Zhang Xuanyu, however, complained that they teamed up to make money when they claimed to be on a date. Luo Xiaobai wasn't interested in money. She simply looked at the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, little gold, and the ghost-eyed giant crocodile. She couldn't help but ask, is the octopus your third? As Luo Xiaobai asked the question, Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu both looked at Han Fei. Han Fei said, why don't we talk about it after we're home? Okay. Let's wait until we're back in the Blue Sea town then. Xiao Zhan's eyes flashed. It was possible for someone to have a third contractual spiritual beast, but usually not for an advanced dangling fisher. Han Fei would probably receive a lot of attention for his third contractual spiritual beast. About an hour later, Xia Xiaochan returned, her clothes covered in dust. She saw Han Fei and the others playing fish dragon cards, each with a pile of swallowing seashells next to them, the moment she came in. Yes, they were not gambling with 1 or 2 mid-quality pearls as stakes anymore, but with swallowing seashells that were full of mid-quality pearls. Han Fei stated, 3 plus 2, 3 blue turtles and 2 small white fish. Lu Renquang scoffed. Mine is bigger. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. Mine is even bigger than yours. Bomb. Seeing that, Xia Xiaochan instantly grumbled. Great. You're gambling while I'm busy collecting money? Luo Xiaobai rose. Xiaochan, you can take my seat. Xia Xiaochan said angrily, no, I won't. I brought the money back. Han Fei asked, how much is it? Walala. A hill of swallowing seashells were dropped to the ground. Xiao Zhan's eyelids were cramping as he saw it. He wondered how much money that was. Xia Xiaochan simply said, it's 1.8 billion in total. Clang. Xiao Zhan lost balance and his butt hit the floor. Lu Renquang was completely dumbfounded, and Zhang Xuanyu dropped all the cards in his hand. Han Fei took a deep breath. Did you give Jiang Tong money? Xia Xiaochan nodded. That guy was surprisingly capable. He found a lot of people to bet for him and won plenty of money after the 3 games. However, The guy won more than 400 million by nothing but talking. That was too easy for him, wasn't it? Han Fei grinned and said, huh? I didn't know that he was so capable. But it doesn't matter. Talkers usually make money very easily. Although he got 400 million, I don't think he could keep all of it in the end. However, we've truly made a fortune. We're rich again with the 2 billion income. RO. The girls from the Blue Sea town suddenly rose and all went shopping in the Tree Core City in groups. After only an hour, all the merchants in the Tree Core City began to smile in the happiest way when they saw the Blue Sea town's school uniform. As for the boys from the Blue Sea town, their head was drooping as they regretted not coming along with the girls. At this moment, Xiangzhuozhuo was showing off before Li Hani and the others. I won 1 million just from one bet. Zhongyu looked away. Take your money away from me. I don't want to see it. Lin Xingmu, stop talking. I'd like a moment by myself. Gloomily, Li Hani snorted. 1 million is nothing. It's hardly enough to buy a high-quality spiritual weapon. Xiangzhuozhuo looked greedy. But I made the money very easily. It took me no more than half an hour at most. Everyone. Jiang Tong had truly made a great fortune. He had never ceased to smile since he left the arena, although he was deeply reluctant to give Xia Xiaochan the money. Still, his own income was not small. He had shared a lot of it with his superiors and associates and invested it in his businesses. He spent 100 million in total. He couldn't even have dreamed of having so much money earlier. At first, he had thought to give 1,000 mid-quality pearls to each helper. But since he had made too much money, he felt too embarrassed to give away so little money, so he offered more to them. Jiang Tong would rather be robbed by Han Fei every day if he could make more than 300 million after each robbery. Of course, some people weren't as happy as them. The people from the fiery Dragon Town were all grim. Although the misunderstanding was cleared up in the end, their faces had still been heavily smacked by the Blue Sea town. However, what could they do about Han Fei, who was so strong? They couldn't beat him. Someone said, "Sir, we need to ask the president and the mayor to defend us." "Sir, you can't possibly drop this. Han Fei made money in our name, so we are entitled to a share of his income." Xuanan scoffed. "All of you, shut up and wait for the president and the mayor to come back." Luo Xiaobai and the ghost-eye giant crocodile were staring at each other. Just now, the ghost-eye giant crocodile had used its petrifying ability to turn a wooden desk into stone, which made her rather curious. Han Fei and the others were playing cards, with hills of sea swallowing seashells before them. The hill before Zhang Xuanyu was the highest of all, as he was truly unbelievably lucky. Bam! While they were playing and bickering, someone kicked the door open. Old Bai barged in furiously and yelled at them. "I was just in a meeting. You were causing trouble the moment I left? Did you wreck the Wind Thunder Arena? Is it true? Wait, where did you get this little crocodile?" As he talked, Old Bai snatched the ghost-eye giant crocodile, and the ghost-eye giant crocodile spewed out a destructive gale. That was because the ghost-eye giant crocodile was panicked and awed by the newcomer. A legendary creature? Old Bai crumbled the destructive gale and grabbed the ghost-eye giant crocodile's neck, before he observed it carefully. "Hey! What's your species? You're rather strong." Bam! The whole treehouse trembled because of the ghost-eyed giant crocodile's tail. Swinging. However, Old Bai slapped back at it so painfully that it began to question the point of its existence. Frightened, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile used its petrifying ability, only to find that the ability did not work on this old man at all. How is it possible? Old Bai frowned. This little crocodile is rather ferocious. It has a high spiritual power, soul power, and physical strength. You're about to make a breakthrough, aren't you? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile was astounded. It had thought that it had been hiding well. Old Bai slightly nodded. Not bad. Not a bad quality at all. You will have a force of millions of kilograms after the breakthrough, and you'll be as strong as an advanced hidden fisher in terms of physical strength. Where did you catch it? Xiao Zhan scoffed. Han Fei won it from the arena. Old Bai? A moment later, Old Bai simply cursed out aloud. That explains a lot. Here I wondered why so many people demanded that the Thug Academy be banned from the match. Especially you, Han Fei. The mayor of the Thug Academy, specifically, asked to ban you from the match. Han Fei was astonished. Huh? Are you really surprised? You have to thank me for speaking for you and assuring them that you will not use secret techniques and contractual spiritual beasts. They finally agreed that you could join the match. Didn't I ask you to keep a low profile? What do you think low profile means? Han Fei mumbled, when did you ask us to keep a low profile? Also, a high profile is fine now that we're rich, isn't it? Old Bai rolled his eyes. All you know is money. What can all these mid-quality pearls do for you? You really think the exchange rate for mid-quality pearls is high in the unknown place? Han Fei and the others were stunned to hear that from Old Bai. Han Fei had bought intelligence from Uncle Faceless before, who said that ultra-quality pearls were as valuable as low-quality spiritual stones, and that high-quality pearls, ultra-quality pearls, and low-quality spiritual stones were the main currencies in the unknown place. It was also why he had been determined to make money. 2 billion might seem like a lot, but it might not be impressive at all from a different perspective. Old Bai simply walked to them and said, "Come on and give me your money. Everyone?" Immediately, everybody except Luo Xiaobai stood before the sea swallowing seashells. Han Fei waved his hand and stored a large area of sea swallowing seashells. Han Fei said, "Sir, you can't copy Uncle Faceless. It wasn't easy for me to make this tad bit of money. Wouldn't it be outrageous if you take it away from me?" Xia Xiaochan nodded. That's right. We swindled. Earned this money through hard work. Zhang Xuanyu begged, "Sir, we're poor people." Lu Renquang was secretly hiding the sea-swallowing seashells, knowing that it was impossible to get the money back from Old Bai after he took it away. Old Bai, however, was amused. "You sons of B** cheese, do you really think I'll rob you of your little money?" Everybody nodded quickly. The man robbed them of 10,000 mid-quality pearls earlier. How could he not be tempted by 2 billion? Old Bai turned around and looked at Xiao Zhan. "You explain to them." Xiao Zhan smiled speechlessly. "Okay, just give the money to the president. He won't claim it. It's just that you can barely spend these mid-quality pearls in the unknown place if you take them there." Han Fei interrupted, "Why? Aren't mid-quality pearls a popular currency? We'll Just exchange them. Xiao Zhan simply said, okay, since you're bound for the unknown place, I might as well explain it to you. Everybody was briefly stunned. Were there more secrets behind this? Xiao Zhan asked, do you know how mid-quality pearls came into being? Everybody shook their heads. They really didn't know that. All they knew was that they were used as money. Xiao Zhan simply explained, the pearls excavated from the ocean can store spiritual energy. In the unknown place, people use high-quality or ultra-quality pearls because those pearls contain abundant spiritual energy. After they use up the spiritual energy, the high-quality pearls will turn into mid-quality pearls, and some will turn into low-quality pearls. Huh? Han Fei suddenly remembered that the high-quality and ultra-quality pearls in Forge the Universe did have spiritual energy. He had always thought that they differed from the mid-quality pearls because of the spiritual energy they had. Han Fei asked in surprise, so, mid-quality pearls are actually useless? Garbage from the unknown place? Zhang Xuanyu's eyes were wide. So, we have been treating garbage like treasure? Xiao Zhan shook his head. Not quite. After all, trades are always necessary when there are people. Since we can't barter as we did in ancient times, we need a currency, and the mid-quality pearls whose spiritual energy has been used up are still of a good quality and can meet the needs of trades. Suddenly, Han Fei said, there's something wrong with that approach. If the mid-quality pearls are continuously shipped back from the unknown place, there will be more and more mid-quality pearls in human society, which will lead to currency inflation and a plummet of purchasing power. Currency inflation? Xiao Zhan was briefly stunned. He had never heard the word before, but it sounded like a neat description. Xiao Zhan nodded. That's right. As more and more mid-quality pearls are stacked, their purchase power will significantly drop, so the Thousand-Star City recollects a tremendous number of mid-quality pearls and disposes of them every century. They will return to the ocean as energy. Then, the mid-quality pearls' purchase power will go up again. Han Fei asked in a stunned state, how are they disposed of? Thrown into the ocean? Where are they? Let's look for them. Xiao Zhan. Old Bai scoffed. Just shut up and listen. Xiao Zhan went on, the disposal isn't dumping, but crushing the low-quality and mid-quality pearls into pieces and making them disappear in the world. You might not know this, but even though the mid-quality pearls are out of spiritual energy, the matter that constitutes the mid-quality pearls contains energy too. The energy in each individual pearl isn't significant, but it's not small when too many pearls are gathered. It will be fed back to the ocean and appear in another form. Do you get it? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. The matter that constitutes the mid-quality pearls will be absorbed by fish or other creatures and transformed into other things. Zhang Xuanyu and the others understood it too, but not entirely. Han Fei was the only one who shouted, conservation of energy? Xiao Zhan asked, what the heck is that? Stop saying things that we can't understand. Han Fei coughed and said, I'm saying that, assuming that our world is closed, then the energy in it will be fixed in total. No matter how much energy we take from the infinite ocean, the total amount of the energy won't reduce, but will only exist in a different form. It will build up in our bodies and disperse into the world after we die. But all in all, the total amount is fixed. Xiao Zhan and Old Bai looked at each other in bewilderment. It seemed that Han Fei had understood the logic rather quickly. Xiaozhan simply said, "That's right. That's exactly the case." Han Fei suddenly blushed. So, our so-called cultivation is the continuous process of transforming part of this world into ours, and the more we take in, the stronger we will be? Lu Renkuang added, "That's easy to understand. It's like the food I had wasn't mine to begin with, but it would be mine after I ate it." Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment. Wait, what about the spiritual plants that I control? Before Xiaozhan said anything, Han Fei had explained, "Isn't it simple? It means that you temporarily borrow some energy from the world and then return it. As you level up, the amount of energy you can borrow will increase." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Then aren't soul warriors, like me, consuming our own energy all the time?" Han Fei explained, "That's why a distinguished soul warrior has to pick up a technique that can let them absorb spiritual energy while they're fighting. They're only durable if they have that." Xia Xiaochan interrupted, "Then what about the stealth of hunters?" Han Fei was stunned. "Is stealth related to energy too?" Hiss. Xiaozhan and Boss Bai looked at each other in bewilderment. How was the topic deviated from currencies to cultivation? Also, it had taken them a long time to understand these things, but Han Fei and his companions, especially Han Fei, seemed to be born with that knowledge. Old Bai and Xiaozhan became serious. A genius in training wasn't a real genius unless he had high aptitude. From what they had seen, Han Fei's aptitude was really unbelievably high. Cough, cough. Old Bai said, "Hunters are a special kind. To become a hunter, one has to know about space. Maybe you don't know it, but if you don't have the talent in that aspect, you can't become a hunter. It has nothing to do with energy." Han Fei asked further, "Sir, then what is knife intent? And what are beliefs? Aren't they energy too? Are they a kind of advanced energy that we can't comprehend yet?" Stunned, Old Bai didn't reply until a long time later. "You can understand them as a higher form of energy, which isn't exactly from this world but is sort of a rule and a magnificent power. You can't really understand the mysteries until you reach a certain level. Now, give me your money. I'll try to exchange them for high-quality pearls for you. You can do that?" Hearing that, Han Fei and the others hurriedly threw out the mid-quality pearls they just hid. Only Han Fei kept 100 million to himself. This 100 million could be reserved as funding for the Thug Academies and the Fish Dragons Gang's development. However, Han Fei suddenly remembered something else and asked, "Sir, let me ask you something. Can you exchange low-quality spiritual stones for mid-quality pearls?" Han Fei suddenly remembered how he exchanged one low-quality spiritual stone for 10,000 pearls from Uncle Faceless. The more he thought about it, the weirder he found it to be. If the mid-quality pearls were pure currencies, how could the exchange rate be 1:10,000? Old Bai asked, "Do you have low-quality spiritual stones?" Han Fei grinned and said, "I have a few." Old Bai said, "It's about the capacity of spiritual energy. One high-quality pearl contains about 1,000 points of spiritual energy. The rule that 100 mid-quality pearls are exchanged for one high-quality is only made to balance the economy. In fact, nobody is willing to do that exchange. One ultra-quality pearl, on the other hand, contains 10 times more spiritual energy than the high-quality pearls, so fewer people would exchange ultra-quality pearls for mid-quality pearls. If an idiot was determined to do so, There would be a 10-time gap, which means that one ultra-quality pearl can be exchanged for 10,000 mid-quality pearls. As he talked, Old Bai peeped at Han Fei. One low-quality spiritual stone and one ultra-quality pearl both contain about 10,000 points of spiritual energy, so a low-quality stone can be exchanged for 10,000 mid-quality pearls too. Of course, only an idiot would do such an exchange. Han Fei was instantly bummed. It seemed that he was an idiot. He didn't know the different amount of spiritual energy contained in the pearls. Thank God Han Fei didn't exchange many with Uncle Faceless, or he would have suffered a heavy loss. After collecting their sea-swallowing seashells, Old Bai finally yelled, "Get the hell out of here and do what you should. Right, stay out of trouble. You're not here to make money, but to dominate the match of the 36 towns so that the Thug Academy will resound in the 36 towns again." Driving Han Fei and the others away, Old Bai trembled in shock. "Xiaozhan?" Old Bai held his chest. "I need a moment." As he talked, Old Bai said to the ghost a giant crocodile which was pretending to be dead in a corner, "You come with me." He Xiaoyu and the other distinguished grand fishing masters couldn't stay in the central tree. They could only live in the regular trees around. In fact, those regular trees weren't poorly decorated inside. The only thing special about the central tree was that it highlighted the identity of the residents in it, who were all dangling fishers. Those who lived on the top of the tree were the experts of the experts, such as Han Fei and his team. At this moment, He Xiaoyu was sitting on the windowsill, with her legs crossed and her hand holding her chin. She recalled how magnificent Han Fei was during the battle. The man had been growing so fast that she couldn't catch up with him at all, no matter how hard she tried. Her heart was a complicated mess. He Xiaoyu knew that Han Fei and his team would be leaving for the unknown place in half a year, and that she wasn't even qualified to go to those places. Not just the unknown place, she wasn't even qualified to go to the level 3 fishery. Just a few months earlier, He Xiaoyu had applied to go to the level 3 fishery, but her teacher declined her ruthlessly and forbade her from going there. On the same day, Xiang Zuozhua and her crew returned in ragged clothes. Later, Lin Xingmu, Zhongyu, Su Yabai and the others came back too. Zhongyu was improved by 2 levels, and Xiang Zuozhua, 1. He Xiaoyu was jealous of their fast progress and asked others if she could go. But everybody she asked simply told her to drop the idea. She remembered how Xiang Zuozhua spoke to her gravely, "You must never go to the level 3 fishery until you become a dangling fisher. Even if you have become a dangling fisher, you must be extra careful there. Your life is the only thing that matters there. The other stuff, such as your sea-swallowing seashell and your boat, are just trivial." At that time, He Xiaoyu asked about Han Fei's status in the level 3 fishery. Xiang Zuozhua didn't want to tell her at first, but eventually, she confessed that Han Fei was hunted by countless people in the level 3 fishery, and that she didn't even dare to say that she knew Han Fei there. Ever since then, He Xiaoyu had realized that the level 3 fishery was even harder than she thought. "He Xiaoyu, do you want any of this?" Suddenly, He Xiaoyu heard a familiar voice. She lowered her head, only to see that Han Fei and his team were having fish balls. Han Fei was holding a few skewers and looking up at her. He Xiaoyu was briefly stunned. "Ah. Okay. Wait a moment." He Xiaoyu quickly moved back into the room. Han Fei had a bite of the fish Ball and looked at Xiao Xiaochan. You're very generous. Xiao Xiaochan rolled her eyes. She wasn't bothered at all. Hearing Han Fei's cry, Xiao Wushuang, Xiang Nan, and Wang Baiyu craned their heads too. They were the only 4 who had come to this match. Chen Qing and the other stars in the past had already lost their sharpness after such a long time due to their gifts and training progress. Among them, He Xiaoyu wasn't exactly a heavenly talent even with a cardinal fish. However, He Xiaoyu had been training crazily since a few years earlier. She also managed to become a hunter and distinguished herself. Wang Baiyu, on the other hand, had been on the path of an armorist. He had good talents, because all the seniors in his family were armorists. But he failed to walk further down on the path of a spirit gatherer. The heavenly talent in the village in the past was no longer shining. Xiao Wushuang was quite talented in the first place, and it was understandable that he distinguished himself. But it was an enigma how Xiang Nan rose. He Xiaoyu quickly ran downstairs, and Xiao Wushuang and the others followed. Xiao Wushuang was quite regretful to see Han Fei. He opened his arms and mumbled, "It was really outrageous of you. Had I known that octopus weirdo was you, I would have bet all my belongings on you." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "You were there too?" Xiao Wushuang nodded. "Of course. We were scouting for good seats for tomorrow's match, but you started fighting right after we arrived." Wang Baiyu added, "We didn't recognize you." Xiang Nan glanced at Han Fei. "I had no chance to recognize you after not seeing each other for a year." Han Fei punched him. "Aren't you a naughty kid? Let's go and have some barbecue." Xiang Nan said with a smile, "Let's go. I can't beat you in a fight, but you think I can't defeat you in a barbecue contest?" Han Fei paused for a moment. "I'm sure you're great when it comes to food." Xiang Nan looked puzzled. "Why does that sound so weird to me?" On the trip here, Han Fei had already seen He Xiaoyu and the others, but he was the last to be taken into the teleportation array by Old Bai. Then, he came straight to the Wind Thunder Town and Tree Core City, before he left for his own dormitory. So, he never talked to them. Now that he had some spare time, he wouldn't refuse to reunite with his old friends. He certainly couldn't pretend that he didn't know them now that he had gotten stronger. They soon found a restaurant. Lu Renquang promptly reserved a table with the boss and paid the fee for 8. Generously. They all sat down around a tree stump. Han Fei and Lu Renquang fluently took out a grill as well as all sorts of seasonings. All the other customers in the restaurant were astounded. Han Fei quickly brushed oil on the food. "Don't just watch. Roast them." He Xiaoyu accepted a skewer and looked at the weird meat on it. "What is this? Meat?" Han Fei said, "The man-eating fish that I got from the level 3 fishery." "Pooh." Xiao Wushuang was shocked. "Isn't that food a little bit too hardcore? Man eating fish?" Zhang Xuanyu asked, "The man-eating fish can only have other sea creatures when they can't eat human beings." "But when did you catch them, Fei?" Han Fei said, "I have more than 30 kinds of creatures in my sea swallowing seashells. I caught all of them, by the way." Everyone. Xiao Xiaochan took out a bunch of razor clams too. "Can I cook them?" Han Fei glanced at them. "Cook them the same way as you do the regular clams. With garlic. They'll taste great." Noticing that the others' hands were still empty, Lu Renquang took out a pile of sea spiritual sunflower seeds. They're more advanced than sea sunflower seeds. I got them back in the seaweed wall. Luo Xiaobai muttered, when did you? When we were taking a break. Luo Xiaobai was even more unbelievable. She simply took out a dozen spiritual fruits from her sea grassland and said, have a taste of the specialties from the sea grassland. He Xiaoyu and the others were shocked. What kind of trip did you take in the level 3 fishery? Xiang Nan looked at the plate full of spiritual fruits earnestly but gave it up. Forget it. Let's have meat first. I fear that I'll have to start cultivating immediately after I have the spiritual fruit. Luo Xiaobai explained, it's fine. These spiritual fruits are not entirely made of energy. They'll nurture your veins and bones after you take them. It will be fine if you take 1 or 2 of them. Wang Baiyu's eyes grew wide. Thank you very much then. You're welcome. While Han Fei and the others prepared the food passionately, the other customers in the restaurant were stunned. Are you serious? Are you showing off? Here? Why would anyone put spiritual fruits on a plate for food? When the food sizzled and the fragrance of garlic and pepper spread out, the customers began to swallow. Someone asked, youngsters over there, what are you having? It smells very delicious. Lu Renquang looked at him. Feel free to smell it as much as you want. The man. After the dinner, everybody returned. On the way, Xiao Xiaochan suddenly said, He Xiaoyu, you're taking the wrong path as a hunter. Huh? Xiao Xiaochan thought for a moment and gave her a jade slip. You're still using the gait of a soul warrior when you walk, which will expose you when you're on a solo hunt. Also, the pace of your breath isn't right. You will be discovered by someone tough immediately when you're in stealth mode. I have some tips for you. He Xiaoyu blushed. Thank you. Han Fei kicked Lu Renquang. Lu Renquang? Han Fei dropped a hint with his eyes. Lu Renquang immediately realized what he meant. Oh. Wang Baiyu. Brother. Wang, come on. I think you have some problems as an armorist. Zhang Xuanyu quickly caught the hint. Brother Xiang, there's something that we can discuss. Seeing Han Fei's action, He Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. You. Han Fei smiled. That's nothing. We help each other so that we can all make progress. A moment later. After their discussions, it was time for bed. When He Xiaoyu came back to their trees, Xiang Nan suddenly said, Han Fei. Wait a moment. Let's have a word. Han Fei said to Xiao Xiaochan and the others, you can go back first. I'll join you later. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay. Xiao Xiaochan added, be back soon. Got it. A moment later. Han Fei and Xiang Nan walked several hundred meters away, shoulder to shoulder. Xiang Nan frowned. Han Fei, what's the meaning of this? You didn't just drop by, did you? Were you here with them specifically to teach us? Han Fei smiled casually. You know that we can't return from the unknown place anytime soon. We're all from the Heavenly Water Village. This is the least I can do for you without ruining your foundation by forcing you to run before you can walk. Xiang Nan heaved a sigh. Do you know that Xiang Nan has been working hard since you made a name for yourself in the beginning? Han Fei smiled and said, I do. No, you don't. All her current achievements were because of you. Han Fei's lips curled upward. Then let her drop the idea. It's nice to be a Grand Fishing Master, or a dangling fisher, but don't be too excellent. Xiang Nan said angrily, she won't be equal to you unless she becomes excellent. Staring at Xiang Nan in the eyes, Han Fei said solemnly, she should be excellent, but not too excellent, which usually means death. I don't want her. Or any of you to die. Xiang Nan glared at him. Has it occurred to you that you might die too? Han Fei roared in a low voice, I killed thousands of people directly and indirectly in the level 3 fishery. I can survive. Xiang Nan shivered, and so did he Xiaoyu on the other side of the 3. Xiaoyu even subconsciously shed tears when she heard that. Han Fei naturally knew that she was there. He was exactly saying that to her. He patted Xiang Nan's shoulder. Live a good life. And take care of her. Xiang Nan was silent for a long time. What about you? Han Fei thought for a moment and turned around. Me? Han Fei thought of the deal in the undersea city, Sun Mu, Tang Go, Old Jiang, and his father who allegedly had died out there a long time earlier. I still have a long, long way to go. Han Fei left. Xiang Nan stood for a long time and then walked away. But then he saw Xiaoyu wipe her tears after only several steps. Xiang Nan opened his mouth. Did you hear that? Xiaoyu turned back. He thinks that he's the only one who's capable? I'll go back and continue my training. Han Fei had barely seen Xiaoyu since he came to the Thug Academy, but it didn't mean he didn't know what happened to her. Xiaoyu's capabilities were obvious in Han Fei's eyes. He knew exactly how much progress she had made, but it wasn't enough. Certain things couldn't be changed just with hard work, so he would rather Xiaoyu, Xiang Nan and Xiao Wushuang live an easier life. After all, cultivation required much more than devotion and diligence. Han Fei didn't know what the unknown place was like, but he had no doubt that it would be much crueler than the level 3 fishery. The level 1, level 2, and level 3 fisheries were just peaceful paradises that experts circled out. Once he left these peaceful paradises, God only knew what would happen to him. However, fate was such a capricious matter. While Han Fei could make plans, he didn't really know what the future held for him. On the next morning, Xiaozhan roared, "Get up already! Are you still sleeping? Do you think you have plenty of time? It seems that all you know is eating and sleeping, but not training." When Xiaozhan yelled, Han Fei opened his eyes. He had read the Spirit Gathering scripture all night. He had decided to study arrays since he returned to the level 3 fishery. And he did. He wasn't entirely idle during the month in the heavenly water village, but he didn't really comprehend the super arrays. However, he learned a lot about the floating stone. Because of the floating stone, boats could fly in the sky and float on the water. He was also very positive that all the towns and cities must have been founded on floating stones that were surrounded by arrays. He had spent the night mostly studying killing arrays. However, arrays were too arcane. In general, they were patterns drawn with what seemed to be a mess of lines that could borrow the power of nature. Even the spirit gathering scripture, which old Jiang had probably studied for a whole life, only listed the complete arrays as well as the elements and keys of those arrays. It didn't mention how to invent or construct a more suitable array. It didn't even elaborate on the low-level arrays such as the spirit gathering array. Han Fei had noticed the problem when he read the spirit gathering scripture for the second time. It meant that old Jiang had mostly been sorting out, inferring and recording the existing arrays. If old Jiang hadn't gone to the Unknown place, Han Fei would have haunted him every day asking questions, but at this moment, he could only ask the hexagon starfish after the match. On the other hand, Xiao Xiaochan got out of her room, with her eyes half closed. Lu Renquan came in from outside with a bunch of skewers in his hands. Probably because the tree core city had plenty of trees, skewers were being sold everywhere. Han Fei would have established a fishball stand himself if he were a regular resident of this place. When everybody came in position, Old Bai and Xiao Zhan were already seated. Zhang Xuanyu announced, "Sir, everybody is gathered downstairs and ready to go. Should we join them?" Old Bai said unhurriedly, "We wait." Han Fei looked at him. "We wait? For what? Wenren, you should be here any minute." Everybody was surprised. "Huh? It's only been one day. Didn't they say that they wouldn't come until a few days later? She's left to catch a contractual spiritual beast, or other people would mock our students that they don't even have contractual spiritual beasts." Half an hour later, Han Fei was getting impatient. "Sir, everybody has left." Old Bai said at ease, "No rush. The best usually come last." "Everyone?" About another 15 minutes later, Wenren Yu suddenly descended from the sky and said to the president, "I waited for you at the entrance of the arena for a long time. What are you doing here?" Old Bai. "Everyone." Han Fei mumbled, "The president is waiting for you to show off." Old Bai glared at Han Fei. "Let's go. Today will be a day worth remembering. It will be the day when the Thug Academy is known by the 36 towns again." Zhang Xuanyu had already come to Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan. "What contractual spiritual beast did you get? An exotic one? Or a legendary one?" Chu Jinan shrugged. "Well, mine is actually a rare one." Ling Yuan was beaming with a smile. "I luckily got an exotic creature." Wenren Yu rolled her eyes. "You think legendary creatures are something you can see every day?" However, Xiao Zhan had already given the ghost a giant crocodile, which had been reduced to 30 centimeters long, back to Han Fei. "You got this. You keep it." Wenren Yu's eyes bulged when she saw the little crocodile in Han Fei's hand. "This is a legendary creature. Where did you get it?" Xiao Zhan simply said, "Han Fei looted it yesterday." "Wenren Yu? Where did you get it?" "I'm going to find one for myself." Cough, cough. Old Bai changed the topic. "Let's go, or we'll be late." Luo Xiaobai was standing by the door. "We already are." The ghost-eyed giant crocodile was lost for words. It felt that it had escaped from a lair of tigers only to fall into a nest of wolves. Why was everybody it ran into so strong? At this moment, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile couldn't have felt more devastated. At this moment, the arena was already filled with people. There were no more than 20,000 people in total from the 36 towns for the match. They had taken up the innermost seats in the arena. The rest of the audience members were all the local residents of the Wind Thunder Town, who were mostly here to see how the promising young men of their town crushed the other candidates. Han Fei and his team were stopped at the gate when they arrived. The guard spoke to them, "It's now the lot drawing phase of the match. Irrelevant personnel aren't allowed to come in." Old Bai instantly burst into fury. "Do I look like irrelevant personnel to you? Are you blind? Do you not know the president of the Thug Academy?" The guard glanced at Old Bai and said, "No. Wait here. I'll inform my chief." Old Bai angrily took out a badge and almost pressed it into the guard's face. See this? Do you still need to inform your chief? Old Bai slightly unleashed his dominating vibe, and the guard instantly became pale. Han Fei glanced at Old Bai. President, I think our attempt to show off has failed. Shut up. Let them in. A telepathic voice echoed outside of the arena. It sounded to be from a certain expert. Old Bai snorted and led everybody into the arena. Han Fei and his crew attracted a lot of attention when they showed up. The audience was confused why they were let in when the arena had been closed. However, some of them burst into fury the moment they saw Han Fei. Damn it. It's that asshole, Han Fei. Wasn't he the fraud who pretended to be Octopus Weirdo? He's too shameless to participate in such a match. I would totally beat him up and teach him a good lesson if he weren't stronger than me. Wen Renyu? Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan looked at each other and felt that something was off. They were only gone for one day. How did Han Fei become so notorious? Han Fei, however, simply extended his hands and raised his middle finger at the audience arrogantly. Son of a Bai *ch, he's still provoking us? I can't hold back anymore. Someone was lost for words. Then why don't you go up there? The first person looked embarrassed. I would go there and beat him up if we weren't in the middle of an official match. On Han Fei's side, Old Bai casually said, Xiao Zhan, lead them to their seats. I'm leaving. Old Bai stepped up and appeared at the president's seats the next second, giving the other presidents quite a shock. Wu Jun, president of the First Academy, looked awful. Bai Kongyi, you're disrupting the order of this match. Su Tianji, president of the Second Academy, glanced at Old Bai and mocked him. You were too fast for the audience to see you. You should have walked down from the sky. Chu Mingxue. Old Bai casually took out a bunch of sunflower seeds and a drink under the eyes of the angry presidents. He even placed some strawberries and carrots on the table, as if he were here to enjoy a show. On the honorable seat, Kong Quan, mayor of the Blue Sea town, coughed. Old Bai, do you want to keep an eye on your image? Bai Kongyi snorted. The match will take a while. Wouldn't I be an idiot if I just sit here without doing anything? Young Kong, come on. I brought you some spiritual fruits that I personally grew. You can have a bite. Kong Xian. At the very center was a middle-aged man who looked tough and intimidating. He turned around and looked at Old Bai. President of the Thug Academy, this is an arena. Old Bai sneered coldly. For me, it's just a stage. Old Bai behaved so arrogantly that he didn't even look like who he usually was. It was because everybody knew that the Thug Academy's rise was inevitable. Now that the Thug Academy had revealed itself in front of the 36 towns again after 30 years, they must be prepared. In particular, Han Fei had delivered a shocking performance in the Wind Thunder Arena the previous day by crushing 2 experts above his level and subduing a legendary creature. That incident alone had made the presidents and mayors understand that the Thug Academy's rise to the top was unstoppable. It was also why the mayors and presidents demanded that some contestants from the Thug Academy not use their spiritual beasts in the arena during the meeting in the previous day. They were still allowed to use it when experts on par with them showed up, but if they used it when none of these people showed up, their rise to the top would be of little significance. At this moment, Xiao Zhan led Han Fei and the others to the seats of the Blue Sea town. There were 10 seats at the front row that had been reserved for them. Under countless people's watch, Han Fei and the others walked to their seats. With a smile, Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were mumbling to each other. Chu Jinnan said, "I feel that everybody is strongly hostile to us." Ling Yuan rolled her eyes. "What do you mean by strongly hostile?" "I think they're literally going to beat us up." "Did senior brother do anything big again in this place yesterday before we arrived?" Ling Yuan nodded. "Definitely did." When Han Fei and the others passed by the fiery dragon town, the students' eyes were burning with fury. When they passed the cloud-soaring town, the students and teachers looked at them enviously. Someone even said in a low voice, "It's him. He helped us yesterday." Someone said with mixed feelings, "I'm told that this senior brother was so strong that the hidden fisher of the Wind Thunder Arena had to intervene yesterday." Someone sighed, "How great it would be if the cloud-soaring town also had a genius like him." Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu sensed something and said to Han Fei telepathically, "There are people we know here." "Huh? We're in another town. How can we know anybody here? Don't forget that we saved a lot of people back in the abyssal chasm. A few of them just greeted me." Hardly had he said that when a few voices echoed in Han Fei's head. "Brother Han, I'm Zhang Qian from the Yuan engraving town. Thank you for saving my life." "Brother Han, I'm Yu Guangdong from the water spread town. Thank you for saving my life in the abyssal chasm." "Brother Han, I'm Wanqing from the Peace Town. I'll be sure to entertain you should you ever visit Peace Town." Han Fei looked at the sources of those voices, and some of them nodded at him. Here and there, Han Fei had a lot of complicated feelings. In the beginning, he rescued them simply because he didn't want them to starve, which was more miserable than being killed. However, many of those people, as the best of their towns, had come to this match and met him again after they regained their strength. Xiao Zhan turned back and looked at Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu. "You two have a lot of friends." Both Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Hardly had Han Fei and the others sat down when the mayor of the Wind Thunder town spoke, "Referees, to your position. Students from the 36 towns, be prepared. The first round of matchups has been settled. The contests will begin in 100 seconds. Dozens of referees emerged in the arena. They were all dangling fishers. Each of them took up a spot. The whole arena was divided into 10 fields. It appeared that 10 matches would be held simultaneously. It did make sense on second thought. After all, there were too many contestants from the 36 towns. Although each academy only had 300 contestants, the 36 towns had 10,800 of them in total. If 10 matches were held each time, the first round, which meant 5,400 matches, couldn't possibly be finished in one day. Lu Renquang couldn't help but ask, "Is it really possible for us to watch 10 games at the same time?" Luo Xiaobai said, "You can focus on the matches that you're interested in. It will be best if you can compare their performance to yours and learn from them." Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "It's slightly boring, but it will be fine as long as you find something that can grab your interest." Wenrenyu looked at Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan and said, "You two watch carefully. Even the weakest players often have something you can learn." Not just Wenrenyu, the teachers from almost all the towns were educating their students at this moment. One of the teachers said, "Open your eyes as widely as possible, especially if You are a grand fishing master. You are still in the level of mortals. You must seize this opportunity. A match among the 36 towns doesn't happen regularly. Every player here has their specialty. Their techniques may be dazzling. It's up to you how much you can absorb. Another teacher said, observe carefully. Everybody will have to write a report on the match when it's over. Don't be slacker. Some other teachers reminded their students, you must not miss this rare opportunity. Observing this match will do you great good for your future training. Don't be absent-minded. The most devoted students of all were those from the cloud-soaring town. They had all bulged their eyes without their teachers saying anything. This time, 600 people had come from the cloud-soaring town, and only 100 of them were dangling fishers and contestants. The rest were all observers. Because the cloud-soaring town had always been weak, they didn't want to send many students to the unknown place, so they were actually reluctant to even send the 100 contestants. Ling Ling said, everybody, listen up. After the match, go back and continue your training without delay. When you make a breakthrough, you can go to the Level 3 fishery for higher training. Yes, madam. While everybody was anxiously or earnestly waiting, Han Fei simply felt extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Xiaochan glanced at Han Fei with a smile. She's been staring at you. Han Fei murmured, don't laugh. He Xiaoyu glared at Han Fei angrily. Han Fei said to himself, I won't look back. I just won't look back. 100 seconds passed by quickly. Immediately, the referees in the field began to talk. Yuan Yi, from the Golden Dragon Academy of the Million Gold Town, will fight. Gan Ji, from the Eternal Peace Academy in the peaceful Orchid Town in the No. 1 field. Hu Yi from the Return Academy of the Triumph Town and Yang Jinchuan. From the Red Moon Academy of the Red Moon Town, be prepared. Hu Lisan, from the Scorching Fire Academy of the Fiery Dragon Town, will fight Peng Yi, from the Flying Ocean Academy in the Sea Source Town in the No. 2 field. Yan Rong, from the Furious Tide Academy of the Divine Billow Town and Shui Weiwei from the Heavenly Martial Academy of the Heavenly Martial Town, be prepared. Zhang Nanshang, from the Waterfall Academy of the Blue Sea Academy, will fight Chui Yu, from the Heavenly Joint Academy in the Peace Town. In the number 3 field. Fan Ming from the Phoenix Table Academy of the White Table Town and Lian Qiu, from the Thousand Water Academy of the Water Spread Town. Be prepared. Those whose names were announced rose and walked to the field solemnly. On the Blue Sea Town side, when Zhang Nanshang, whose name was just read, rose, many people cheered for him. Nanshang, keep it up. Brother Shang, take him down. Ah Shang, fight him. Don't hold yourself back. The teacher of the Third Academy roared, don't dawdle and just go there. Remember, don't hold yourself back. The dangling fishers will take action if anything happens. Soon, the 20 constants were in position, and those who were going to replace them had moved to the front row. They watched the fields anxiously. After all, this match was among the 36 towns and wasn't just about personal honor. They were representatives of their own towns. Everybody was fully aware of that. They could lose the battle, but they must not lose their face. In the fields, the referees stood grimly and shouted almost at the same time. When the contestants were in position, ready, go. The moment they shouted go, naturally endowed spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts were everywhere in the arena. Weapons were flooding out of the armorists' weapon boxes. Some manipulators were rolling out vines with themselves as the center. Some soul warriors simply activated their secret techniques, raising a storm of sand. Han Fei was quite refreshed and shocked to see that. They're fighting rather hard. Wen Renyu was sitting next to Han Fei. Of course. Don't you see how many people are watching them? They have to fight as crazily as possible even though they may be weak in your eyes. At this moment, Han Fei sensed that Xiaoyu had withdrawn her gaze from his back. She must have been attracted to the battles too. Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan's eyes widened and looked around, as if they wanted to watch all the battlefields at the same time. However, for some people, such as Han Fei and Li Hani, they had only chosen the games fought by worthy rivals. The best contestant on the field was Ganji, from the peaceful Orchid Town. He was a soul warrior, and he had unusual gait and a giant sword. He had an aggressive crab as his spiritual beast too. After only 3 minutes, the 9 matches were over. The unfinished one was between 2 armorists who were fighting a prolonged battle. 1 round passed. 2 rounds passed. In the 17th round, a referee shouted, Han Fei from the Thug Academy of the Blue Sea Academy will fight Xia Chuan from the Twin Dragons Academy of the Long Dragon Town. When Han Fei entered the arena, some people immediately yelled, "Kill him! Kill Han Fei! He is a liar! He cheated me out of a lot of money yesterday." Those audience members from the Wind Thunder Town were roaring. Of course. They were just roaring and didn't hold out much hope in their hearts. Anyone who was in the arena yesterday knew that although Han Fei was shameless, he was very strong. On the team of the Wind Thunder Town, 2 people were shaking all over in anger. Ming Kuan was shaking all over. This bastard pretended to be Octopus. Weirdo. When he was fighting him in the arena yesterday, he kinda appreciated him. But when he woke up and heard all kinds of misdeeds from Han Fei's past, he almost ran to the Tree Core City to take revenge against Han Fei. Jing Chongfeng was also aggrieved. Yesterday, the mental attack he was proud of made no achievement, and the powerful ghost god chain couldn't tie him up. He was like a fool, because of him. How could he not be angry? On the Wind Thunder Town team, someone asked, "Kuan, is this Han Fei?" Ming Kuan nodded. He's very strong. It's said that all the injuries he got from the battle with me yesterday were fake. The person patted Ming Kuan on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. I've heard about the Thug Legend team. They want to sweep all 36 towns? Well, they must ask if the Wind Thunder Town will allow this first." Someone grinned. "We certainly can't underestimate them, but how can we be convinced of their strength without a fight?" In the arena, Xia Chuan had surely heard about Han Fei. Yesterday, Han Fei caused such a big uproar. Everyone had heard about him. However, Xia Chuan didn't come to the arena yesterday and didn't watch Han Fei fight. And what he heard the most was not how he defeated the strong masters from the Wind Thunder Town, but how despicable he was. Xia Chuan said seriously, "I know you are powerful, but since the fight is inevitable, I will try my best and I hope you'll try your best." Han Fei grunted and took out a small branch, looking at Xia Chuan and saying, "Okay, come on. Xia Chuan?" Many people in the audience were dumbfounded. Can King respect your opponent? He takes the fight very seriously. Don't you see that he has summoned his spiritual beast? How can you just use a small branch? Sichuan had fused with a large squid and had a single-horned shark and a mess-swallowing worm attached to him. In addition, Sichuan seemed to have used a certain secret method, raising his strength to its peak state all at once, exceeding the theoretical limit of peak-level dangling fissures. Sichuan shouted, "Han Fei, don't insult me. Just try your best." Han Fei picked his ears with one hand. I know. Why are you yelling so loudly? What are you doing holding a branch?" The smile on Han Fei's face disappeared. "I've just broken this branch this morning. Isn't that enough?" With that said, Han Fei flicked the branch, and a knife light tens of meters long swept out. "Shoot. What is that light? Was it made with that branch?" Many people were confused. The corners of Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan's mouths twitched. "He learned this trick by battering us." It was horrifyingly strong. He Xiaoyu and the others were astonished. How could a branch be so powerful? The students from the Long Dragon town who were cheering Sichuan on were all dumbfounded. Is this guy's power so scary? As soon as Han Fei shot out this knife light, he dropped his hand, and then tilted his head to look at Sichuan and said, "As you wish, this is my strongest combat skill, the earth-shaking branch." Sichuan was not in the mood to bicker with Han Fei. It was too strong. The knife light came over in an instant, which seemed to be very fast and also seemed to be very slow. He didn't know how to dodge it at all, or to be exact, he couldn't dodge it at all. Flame spiritual slash. Sichuan knew in his heart that this was no longer about combat skills. As soon as the knife light appeared, it was a competition of pure strength. Clang! Crack! The two knives in Sichuan's hands were broken, the spiritual energy covering the blade was directly split, the spiritual energy protective cover was shattered, and his combat suit was torn. In that second, Sichuan's only thought left was that it was all over. Am I going to die in the next second? Sichuan's soul was trembling. There was no way to resist Han Fei's attack. How? The face of the hanging fisher referee, who was in charge of this battle, changed drastically. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. At this moment, he had already flown out to save Sichuan, but it seemed to be too late. Swish! When everyone was holding their breath, the knife light suddenly disappeared, and then appeared behind Sichuan, as if it only flickered in front of Sichuan. The hanging fisher turned pale in shock, secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and threw out a punch, intending to smash the knife light. Bam! The knife light exploded and the hanging fisher's body trembled slightly. He glanced at his fist, only to find it was bleeding. The corner of this hanging fisher's mouth twitched. Gosh! Is this guy a monster? His casual slash with a branch can even damage a hanging fisher? Sichuan opened his eyes blankly and touched his own face. Am I still alive? Many students from the Double Dragon Academy stood up, their faces full of horror. Just now, they thought that Sichuan was going to be killed. The knife light almost hit Sichuan's face, but the next second, it appeared behind Sichuan. What happened? In the dean's seats, many people looked at Old Bai in amazement. In the mayor's seats, everyone looked at Kong Xian, the mayor of the Blue Sea town. Finally, the mayor of the Wind Thunder town took a deep breath. It's not knife intent. It's stronger than knife intent. It's a bit like the art of invincibility? The mayors were all hidden fishers, so they knew many combat skills. But they hadn't actually seen the art of invincibility, so they could only guess. From their cognition, Han Fei's state at the moment seemed a bit similar to the state recorded in the ancient books about the art of invincibility. Everyone looked at Old Bai in shock. Was this the real strength of the Thug Academy? They had been secluded for 30 years, and once they showed up, they showed the long-lost art of invincibility. Who the F***ck could handle that? Han Fei looked at the referee. Can I leave now? The referee's face immediately changed. Yes, Han Fei, from the Thug Academy. And the Blue Sea Town, won. When Han Fei walked from the arena to the auditorium, countless gazes fell on him. Ordinary audience members were shocked, thinking to themselves that this shameless guy was too strong. The students from the major towns had complex expressions, and Ming Kuan and several others from the Wind Thunder town smiled bitterly. This man was so strong. When Han Fei was going back to his team and passed by the team from the Cloud Soaring Town, all the teachers and students looked at Han Fei in shock. When he passed by the team from the Fiery Dragon Town, no one showed anger and hatred anymore. Hate him? Ask yourself if you can resist Han Fei's branch. First, the teachers and students of the 3 major academies in the Blue Sea Town were all silent. They had seen Han Fei's unreasonable combat skills a long time ago. If they had to describe it in a word, it would be terrifying. He Xiaoyu sighed and was very upset. He is so powerful now. What can I do? The game continued. Pairs of people fought and then left the arena. After a full hour, it was the turn of the Thug Academy team again, and Luo Xiaobai entered the arena. Luo Xiaobai, from the Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town, fights against Hong Shufeng from the Heavenly Origin Academy in the Origin Carving Town. This time, when the name of the Thug Academy team was read, the cheers in the entire arena were reduced by 30%. In the arena, Hong Shufeng was an armorist. When he found his opponent was Luo Xiaobai, he was quite confident because his combat skill was Wild Sword Array, which was exceptionally powerful in checking manipulators. Even if you are a student of the Thug Academy, so what? I fused with my scavenger and had my knife axe crab and 1,000-bladed turtle attached to me. Hong Shufeng grinned. My armor box is full of swords, I'm armed with so many knives, and I also have the strong defense power of the scavenger. What can you do to me? However, Luo Xiaobai remained motionless, and the ground suddenly exploded. And thick and slender vines popped out, which were red, green, and cyan. In the blink of an eye, dozens of plants emerged from the ground. Hong Shufeng shouted, Wild Sword Array, 1,000-bladed slash and sword axe. Technique. Break. The battlefield turned gorgeous and had become an ocean of spiritual plants, where swords and knives dashed across and cut madly. This battlefield immediately attracted the attention of all the audience. But just as Hong Shufeng was cutting wildly, outside the vine jungle, countless vines began to interweave. 1, 2, 100, 1,000. 1,000 vines woven into a huge super vine, which was 5 or 6 meters thick and 30 or 40 meters high. Seeing this scene, the audience was dumbfounded. Bam! The vine, like a whip, whipped into the vine jungle with an irresistible force. Along the way, no knife or sword could damage this vine. Hong Shufeng was whipped deep into the ground together with his armor box. Immediately afterward, the ground shattered, and countless vines wrapped Hong Shufeng and emerged out of the ground like a big ball, leaving only his head outside. At this moment, Hong Shufeng still had saliva at the corner of his mouth and was obviously delirious, and all his knives and swords were scattered on the ground. The referee swallowed. Luo Xiaobai, from the Thug Academy in the blue Sea Town won. At the moment the referee announced it, the vine penetrated into the ground and disappeared without a trace. From beginning to end, Luo Xiaobai didn't have the slightest expression on her face and didn't even blink her eyelids. As Luo Xiaobai walked back to her seat deadpan, the audience fell silent. This day, there were 800 fights in the Wind Thunder Arena, and the audience saw a bewildering variety of combat skills, abilities, spiritual beasts, and contractual spiritual beasts. Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan watched attentively. The other students of the Blue Sea Town also watched attentively and cheered. From time to time, Han Fei and the other four, who were still watching attentively for the first 3 hours, became bored soon. They soon found that the dazzling attacks had one thing in common, which was also found out by the heavenly talents from the other towns. That was, although these people were fighting fancily, their fighting awareness, fighting routines, and fighting styles could be classified into several types. As the saying went, methods used might vary, but the principle of fighting was the same. In the end, strength was everything. Lu Renquan had already started to eat. Zhang Xuanyu had slipped away to visit the girls from the first academy. Luo Xiaobai looked at the arena calmly, but sometimes her eyes would turn glassy. Obviously, she was distracted. Xiao Xiaochan and Han Fei were playing with the crocodile. At this moment, the two of them and the crocodile were speaking via voice transmission. Han Fei asked, "Old ghost, how did you get caught by the Wind Thunder Town?" Xiao Xiaochan added, "Are there really legendary creatures in the level 3 fishery? I have never met any." The ghost-eyed giant crocodile, which turned into a small lizard, also took up a chair and grumbled, "I didn't enter the level 3 fishery. I just chased a turtle and came here and was still hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the level 3 fishery. I don't know how I was discovered." Xiao Xiaochan asked, What is outside the level 3 fishery?" The crocodile's voice sounded, "It's the ocean, a sea area that you humans have never discovered." Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan looked at each other, and Han Fei asked, "Then do you know the unknown place?" The eyes of the ghost-eyed giant crocodile were exuding blue light. "All the unknown seas are unknowable places, and even our marine creatures need to explore them, not to mention you humans." Han Fei was speechless. "Didn't you say you chased a turtle and came here? Then where did you come from?" "I don't know. The sea is so big. I swam and ended up here." Han Fei asked, "Have you seen a mermaid?" "It's a humanoid with a harpoon in its hands." The ghost-eyed giant crocodile looked at Han Fei. "Are you talking about the little sea monster?" "Yes, I've seen them. But the little sea monsters are too brutal, and there are big sea monsters behind them. They usually appear in the chaotic waters." "Huh?" Han Fei frowned and couldn't help asking aloud, "What are the chaotic waters?" The ghost-eyed giant crocodile said arrogantly, "Since you saved my life, I can tell you about them. The so-called chaotic waters are the sea area where all creatures can exist. Most of these creatures are brutal and vicious, hunting and eating each other. You humans will snatch resources, so will sea monsters and sea creatures. But the fights are more violent in the chaotic waters." Xia Shachan's eyes lit up. Since there are so many resources in the chaotic waters, why aren't there more powerful marine creatures there to grab the resources? Then wouldn't that make it easy to conquer the chaotic waters? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile scoffed. Simply speaking, for example, you are called dangling fishers, right? Will you snatch those resources with surprisingly low spiritual energy? Powerful marine creatures don't want to take those resources either. Of course, there may be another reason. That is, other powerful creatures are also eyeing the resources covetously. Han Fei didn't care about these powerful creatures. What he wanted to know was actually the world beyond the fisheries. Han Fei couldn't help but say, then tell me about the world outside the fisheries. I haven't been to your fisheries. I only heard those who guarded me talk about them. If I had known that you humans were active in this area, I wouldn't have been here. Han Fei blinked and said, had you ever met humans before? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile grunted. Yes, outside your level 3 fishery. There are occasionally large human ships passing by in the wider ocean, but those people are very powerful. Wherever their boats pass, all creatures retreat. Wow. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan look at each other. Were there humans outside the fisheries? Just when Han Fei was about to ask in detail, Wenren said, that's all it knows. It got most of its knowledge about humans from human society. As for the area outside the fisheries, to put it bluntly, it's the unexplored waters, where there will be endless opportunities and secret realms. Every year there is no shortage of strong masters who go to the area outside these fisheries. But unlike what the crocodile said, the creatures won't retreat. Instead, those people will be besieged by large numbers of marine creatures. Am I right, little crocodile? The ghost-eyed giant crocodile blinked. Yes, you're right, but low-level creatures like me will retreat. We are not fools. Who will keep running into the human ships? Han Fei was speechless. You liar. You spoke as if there is no danger at all. There will be danger, but our marine creatures have our ways to survive and are very good at avoiding danger. Wenren said, don't ask it anymore. When it's time for you to know more, you will get to know it. What do you think there is outside the level 3 fishery? There will only be endless marine beasts of legendary species, which are legendary in our society, but outside of the fisheries in the vast and endless sea, are nothing at all. They didn't know what Old Bai said to this ghost-eyed giant crocodile. Anyway, the little crocodile talked a lot. When Han Fei didn't chat with it, it would take the initiative to talk to Han Fei. In the evening, it was getting late, and everyone was fed up with watching the fights, so the mayors finally ordered the suspension of the game and it would continue tomorrow. Han Fei and the others walked out, discussing what hot pot to eat tonight. Then they met some teenagers from the cloud-soaring town, who greeted them with a smile. Wenren was surprised. Have you made friends here? Han Fei shook his head. Not friends. They just live close to us, right downstairs from our rooms. In the evening, after finishing the hot pot, Han Fei and the other 4 were hanging on the branches of the central tree, and Han Fei was studying the spirit concentration art with his eyes closed. Senior brother Han Fei, senior brother Han Fei. Suddenly, someone called him in a low voice. Han Fei opened his eyes, looked down, and saw 2 boys who he didn't know looking at him with a smile. Han Fei was puzzled. Who are you? Senior brother Hanfei, I'm Zhang Fan from the cloud-soaring town. Senior brother Hanfei, I'm Su Fu from the cloud-soaring town. Hanfei asked, what's up? Zhang Fan, who was a bit chubby, said, Senior brother Hanfei, can I ask you questions about your knife art? Hanfei thought for a moment. They came to ask for his advice, and it might be rude if he refused. So Hanfei turned over and jumped down. What do you want to ask me? Zhang Fan and Su Fu looked overjoyed when they saw that Hanfei had actually come down. Zhang Fan said cheerfully, Senior brother. Wait a minute. Why do you call me senior brother? You look older than me. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Then, junior brother? Hanfei's face immediately darkened. Well, just call me senior brother. Zhang Fan didn't mind at all and quickly said, Senior brother, both of us use knives, but when we fight, we always feel that our knife light is too weak and not easy to control, unlike your knife light that is so powerful and magnificent. Is there any knack to it? Hanfei rolled his eyes. Do you want to ask for a shortcut? How can there be a shortcut? It relies on your comprehension. Research it. Study it. Su Fu looked disappointed. Senior brother, but we can't figure anything out. Hanfei impatiently said, try to slash me. Huh? Zhang Fan and Su Fu were both stunned. Is it proper to do so? Hanfei said, it's not a big deal. Do you want to ask for my advice or not? If not, I'm going back up. Zhang Fan's hand was wrapped with spiritual energy, and he swung out a knife. Light only to see that Hanfei took it with his palm, and he couldn't help exclaiming. Hanfei smashed the knife light effortlessly. Well, it is indeed not sharp enough. Is your spiritual power weak? Huh? Zhang Fan was taken aback. What do you mean, senior brother? Whether you use a knife or a sword, even if you can't integrate with your weapon and use it at your will, at least at the moment you slash, you should focus, have a clear goal, and be determined to kill your enemy with a single slash. You were not determined enough, neither did you have enough spiritual power, so of course you can't make a powerful knife light. Zhang Fan was taken aback and then was overjoyed. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. Then Hanfei looked at Su Fu. What about you? Try slashing me too. Su Fu slashed him too, and Hanfei also took his knife light with his hand. This time Hanfei reacted even faster. Your knife light is sharp enough, but your spiritual energy is not pure enough. Is there anything wrong with the combat skill you practice? You know, it's not that the more spiritual energy, the better, but the purer, the better. Otherwise, why are there differences between combat skills? It suddenly dawned on Su Fu. Is it that simple? How difficult do you think it is? By the way, why don't you ask your teacher about these simple questions? When asked by Hanfei, the two sighed in unison. Hanfei? Hanfei could see that these two people were eager to learn more. In fact, the only thing they lacked in this problem was the guidance of their teachers. Hanfei didn't believe that there was no decent teacher in such a big place like the cloud-soaring town. However, Zhang Fan sighed slightly. Senior brother, maybe you don't know about this, but the cloud-soaring town has been weak for a long time. Since the cloud-soaring town lost a lot of talent 100 years ago, it has been ranking last among the 36 towns. Because of this, anyone who had even the slightest strength in the town has left the town. Some people went to the level 3 fishery, and some went to the unknown place, but in the end, perhaps because of the strength gap, most of them died, so the students in our town don't have enough teachers. Not only in knife techniques, but also in many other combat skills. In fact, the teachers are not very good. Hanfei wondered, but I heard that you have a new mayor in the cloud-soaring town? Didn't he plan to cultivate new young talents? Su Fu smiled bitterly. Well, our mayor didn't even come this time. It's said that he is healing his wounds. It seems that he has been healing his wounds for more than 10 years. Zhang Fan hurriedly said, but our mayor is a good mayor. When he took over office, he brought us a lot of resources. Among them, there are hundreds of combat skills and techniques. But the mayor cannot teach us personally. We still have to cultivate on our own. Hanfei was surprised. What about the president of your academy? Doesn't he teach you? Are the human resources in your town scarce to this level? Su Fu nodded. The president has tried his best to teach us, but because there are too many students, the president doesn't have the time to answer questions from each of us. Zhang Fan shrugged. So we become weaker and weaker. The cloud-soaring town was not weak at first, but a large number of our talents died 100 years ago for unknown reasons. Since then, we gradually declined. Although we had some outstanding talents from time to time, they didn't have the time to teach us. Hanfei asked, do you have few peak level dangling fishers? Su Fu nodded. Pathetically few. Hanfei thought for a while. What kind of combat skills and techniques do you practice? Some of them are of spirit level, and most of them are demon level low quality and mid-quality. There are fewer high-quality ones, and even fewer heaven-level ones. Hanfei frowned. Didn't the other towns help you? Zhang Fan looked glum. Our generation is determined to return home to serve our town after we become strong. This is why we only have 100 people going to the unknown place this time, because the remaining people need to stay in the town to gradually improve the education of our town. Su Fu nodded. Yes, compared to 10 years ago, the strength of the cultivators in the cloud-soaring town has improved a lot. We have been improving all the time. I believe that in another 10 years, we will be able to compete for the second last place. Hanfei was speechless. Is there a big difference between the last and the second last? Hanfei patted the shoulders of the two of them. Although I sympathize with you, I can't help you. To make a town rise up is a big event that can't be achieved by 1 or 2 people. But I can give you an idea. Zhang Fan and Su Fu? Hanfei blinked his eyes and said, make money. Is there anything that money can't buy? Make money? Hanfei curled his lips. You should spend money to cultivate some outstanding talents first, which will work. Anyway, I can't help with this matter, and your words don't count. Forget it. Go about your business, I'm going to cultivate. With that, Hanfei jumped up the tree. Zhang Fan and Su Fu hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Hanfei thought that the cloud-soaring town was wrong in their education policy and resource planning, but this had nothing to do with him. At first, Hanfei helped the cloud-soaring town just because Lin Miao Miao was from the cloud-soaring town, and the people from the fiery dragon town were too arrogant. But he just owed Lin Miao Miao, not anyone else. Now, Lin Miao Miao had died and Han Fei had avenged her. The only pity was that a young life perished early. Maybe he felt guilty for her, but as time went by, the guilt gradually faded. He didn't want to do a stupid thing to save a whole town for one person, and he didn't have that ability. After Han Fei jumped up the tree, he saw Old Bai looking at him. He asked, "Oh, I didn't know you were capable of teaching others now." Han Fei answered helplessly, "They came to ask for my advice modestly, so I didn't have the heart to turn them down." Old Bai shook his head slightly. "You three fools. Do you really think that the cloud-soaring town is that weak? No, it used to rank among the top 3 in the 36 towns, no weaker than the Wind Thunder town. Do you think they are all weak?" Huh? Han Fei was taken aback. How come they have declined to this point? Old Bai sneered. Because they offended someone. Han Fei was surprised. Just because they offended someone, the whole town was punished? Old Bai said leisurely, "Yes, the Thug Academy declined for the same reason. But where there is decline, there will be rise. Those people are much smarter than you. They are just waiting for the opportunity to rise in one fell swoop." Again. Don't poke your nose into others' affairs. You've learned a lot of skills, but are proficient in none of them. If you don't change this situation, you'll learn a bad lesson in your future. Han Fei laughed awkwardly and climbed the tree to continue to study the spirit gathering scripture. Although he was surprised that this entire town had become so miserable, Old Bai should know better than him, so he'd better not get nosy. What troubled Han Fei now was the problem Old Bai just mentioned, which was a big problem. After he came up with the knife chi, his data changed and his upper limit of spiritual energy was broken again. Making a breakthrough was supposed to be a good thing, indicating that he still had potential that had not yet been tapped. But the problem was that Han Fei didn't know how much potential he had now. Just like his data at this moment. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 39, Advanced Dangling Fisher. A. Spiritual Energy, 128,526, 6501. Spiritual Power, 1299/1299. Perception Range, 9,999 meters. Spiritual Heritage, Level 2 High Quality. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 36. Main Art, Void Breaking Technique, Volume 4 of Void Fishing, Demon Level. Divine Quality. His upper limit of spiritual energy had broken through the level of 6,499. Although it only increased by 2 points, it meant that he still couldn't break through to be a peak-level dangling fisher and had to work harder. But this raised a question: why was the upper limit of spiritual energy related to combat skills? Wasn't the upper limit of spiritual energy related to physique, strength of meridians, etc.? But when he comprehended the invincible knife light, this level was broken inexplicably. Because of this matter, coupled with the fact that Old Bai kept nagging that he was jack of all trades but master of none, Han Fei felt that maybe he really should think about his next steps. But he wasn't in a hurry. Since he couldn't make a breakthrough, he would practice harder. He didn't mind spending half a year to lay a solid foundation and study arrays. The next day, everything was normal. There were also about 800 games in the arena. Zhang Xuanyu fought and won easily. Xia Xiaochan and Lu Renquang didn't have their turn yet. On the third day, Lu Renquang played, but Xia Xiaochan didn't have her turn. The fourth day, the fifth day, and the sixth day. On the seventh day, it was finally Xia Xiaochan's turn and she won easily. The preliminary round was finished and a total of 5,200 people won. There was no team battle and no one had a second chance. At the moment, in the arena, the mayor of the Wind Thunder town was speaking. Everyone who has passed the preliminary round, you are selected through layers of selection and are the heavenly talents of the 36 towns. You are the best among hundreds of millions of people. I am proud of you. Clap. Clap. There was applause off the court, and everyone was listening attentively. The mayor of the Wind Thunder town continued, the first round of the game has been finished. Those who have passed it, gather in the arena tomorrow morning. By then, the students who have been eliminated and the spectators will be allowed to enter the arena again. Many locals in the Wind Thunder town knew that this happened every time. After the first round was over, the second round wouldn't be open to the public. But the students were all astonished. Why can't we watch the second round? What, we don't have a second chance? Why are we not allowed to watch the following battles? The locals had no objection, the students were at a loss, and the teachers remained silent or even sighed. Han Fei was puzzled. Teacher, how come I feel that something is wrong? Luo Xiaobai added, yes, it doesn't make sense. Isn't it an exchange game? Why? Do they prohibit other students from continuing watching the game? Wenren Yu shook her head slightly. It's not only an exchange match, but also a qualification trial. When the first battle begins, the selection has already started. That night, Xiao Zhan took Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan back to the Blue Sea town, along with the ghost-eyed giant crocodile and the 1 million pieces of jewelry that Han Fei bought. The same went for the other towns. Those who came to observe and study, and those who were eliminated in the preliminary round, all went home in disappointment. These students didn't know why they were driven home and were still asking their teachers. Luo Xiaobai asked, Teacher, what do you mean by qualification trial? Why are those who were eliminated in the preliminary round not even allowed to watch the following battles? Xiao Xiaochan added, for some reason, I just feel something is wrong. Han Fei frowned. What's wrong? Half of the people have gone home. Did they really just get here to watch the 7-day preliminary match? Lu Renquang asked, will the coming matches be gory? Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, impossible. The left students are all seeds, going to the unknown place. Everything should be controlled well. Wenren Yu thought for a while, rubbed her head, and said, it's because the following games will be very difficult and have nothing worth watching. Huh? Everyone was confused. Difficult? Not worth watching? Would they enter secret realms? Old Bai said, don't guess. Why do you think we presidents and mayors held a one-day meeting? You will find out tomorrow. Han Fei grinned. President, slip us some inside information. Old Bai stroked his long beard and said mysteriously, no way. Because what I know is no secret, and as for what I don't know, how can I tell you? Han Fei was stunned. President, even you don't know the reason? Old Bai smiled. Accurately speaking, only the mayors of the 36 towns know. But, they are all together tonight. They are actually watching each other. Who? Do you think will tell you? Everyone. Han Fei muttered, I have a nasty feeling. Lu Renquang agreed, not just you. We all have it. The next day, the Wind and Thunder arena was almost empty. In the huge arena that could accommodate 200,000 people, there were less than 6,000 people, including teachers, students, presidents, and mayors now. How could it not look empty? At this moment, all the students of the different academies in a town sat together. There were 158 people on the Blue Sea Town's team, which meant that 142 people had already been eliminated and went home. At this moment, at the entrance of the arena, Lu Renquang and Lin Xingmu were looking at each other. Lin Xingmu said leisurely, "Brother Lu, now you and I are real allies. Why bother to remember our old hatred?" Lu Renquang said viciously, "If I have the chance to fight against you, I'll beat the hell out of you." Lin Xingmu smiled and said, "I know, so I won't fight you anymore." Li Han was still full of hatred for Han Fei. When Han Fei was here, he ran to the other side. He didn't want to meet Han Fei anyway. As for Xiang Zuozhua, she had already known that she couldn't beat Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu, so she didn't take them as her targets. Now she even came over to them. Xiang Zuozhua asked, "Han Fei, tell me, what is in your knife? I've thought over and over, but can't figure it out." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Sister, is it time to ask these questions? Do you know this round of the game will be very difficult?" "Huh. Do you know what this round is about?" "I don't know." At this moment, Wen Renyu shouted, "Come on, let's enter the arena. Everyone, get ready." Countless students crowded in with butterflies in their stomachs. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy today. After a moment, when everyone entered the arena, they all froze. They looked at each other, all dumbfounded. Han Fei and the other four were also dumbfounded. What does this mean? In the huge arena, there were more than 5,000 tables and chairs, filling the entire arena. On every table, there was a fish skin and a pen. Han Fei rubbed his eyes. If he guessed right, this was a King written exam? Luo Xiaobai stammered, what is this? Xiao Shaochan asked, do we have to write something? Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, it must be about writing cultivation experience. This is simple. I created the 9-layered waves in the furious sea myself. This is a breeze for me. Lu Renquang scoffed. Really? Then it should be easy for me too. I think I can start a glutton sect. Han Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes at these two people. How could it be that simple? Cultivation experience was theoretical, but exams would not test only your theoretical knowledge. At this moment, the mayors of the 36 towns were sitting high above. The presidents of the academies sat scattered in the audience, and there were hundreds of hanging fishers walking around on the field. The mayor of the Wind Thundertown said, all students, please take your seats. A hanging fisher shouted, students from the Sky Marshal Town, come to me. Students from the Wind Thunder Town, come to me. Students from the Million Gold Town, all come to me. Soon, someone called for the Blue Sea Town. Han Fei and the others could only bite the bullet and head to take their seats. When they got closer, they found that the fish skins on the table were all reversed to prevent them from seeing the contents in advance. Sit down, don't move, and wait for the mayor to speak. Do not flip over the fish skin. No whispering. No mutual voice transmission. Han Fei was speechless. Isn't this the same as exams in my previous world? Why? The F*CK, do I still have to take exams even in this world? The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town said, today, we won't compete in strength or fishing, but we'll take an exam. But remember that the exam today is very strict. If anyone is found to cheat via voice transmission or whisper to one another, their exam results will immediately be invalidated and they'll be driven home, just like the eliminated students. Everyone couldn't help taking a breath. This was King terrible. This was only an exam. Was it necessary to be so strict? The mayor of the Wind Thunder town said faintly, "Let's make it clear no one is allowed to cheat in this exam. Whoever discovered cheating in the exam will be deprived of their qualification. Students, this exam is about your future and needs to be taken seriously. Don't be sloppy." Suddenly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's mind, which was from old Bai. "Remember, no matter what happens, don't cheat, perceive with your perception power, or use voice transmission." Han Fei looked around at the other people who seemed to have received the message too. Perhaps it was because of this that all the students looked more serious than ever. But the mayor of the Wind Thunder town said, "The exam will begin in 10 minutes. It'll last for 3 hours. As soon as the exam is finished, no more writing or whispering is allowed. If anyone violates this at the last moment, they will also be disqualified for the exam and their results will be invalidated on the spot." Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath. "I'm afraid this King exam won't be easy. With hidden fishers in charge and hanging fishers supervising the exam, the students who are only dangling fishers probably won't dare to raise any objections." After 10 minutes, the mayor of the Wind Thunder town continued, "I announce that the exam has begun. Please write down on the back of the test paper where you are from, your academy, your name, your profession, your spiritual beast, your contractual spiritual beasts, and your level. Don't forget to write down all your professions if you have more than one profession. Now, start to answer the questions." Han Fei immediately picked up the pen. From Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town. Name, Han Fei. Spiritual beast, spirit swallowing fish. Profession, soul warrior, spirit gatherer. Contractual spiritual beast, an exotic mantis shrimp. As for Little Gold, he thought about it for a while and decided not to write it down. Who knew which category Little Gold belonged to? As for Little Fatty, Han Fei was even more reluctant to write it down. I should keep a trump card. Although many people have seen Little Fatty, who will know its characteristics if I don't tell them? After finishing writing, Han Fei opened the big fish skin test paper that covered the entire table. At a glance, he saw that there were 108 questions on the paper. Good Lord, there are so many questions. Han Fei immediately looked at the first question and then his eyes widened. Han Fei took a breath. Not only Han Fei, but 80% of the examinees also took a breath. Han Fei was speechless. What the hell is this? The first question was as follows. Fishing in the level 1 fishery, the hook was 12 meters into the water, and a spirit-swallowing fish was caught. A junior dangling fisher used 3 points of spiritual energy, and the spirit-swallowing fish used 198 caddies of force to struggle. So how many scales does the spirit-swallowing fish have on its body? Han Fei felt his blood freeze. How the *CK would I know this? Why is there such a frantic problem in this world? Who the hell made this question? Stand up, I swear I'll beat the hell out of you. At least give us a multiple choice question. But this is a damn fill in the blank question. Han Fei scratched his head, skipped it, and moved to the second question. You have entered a secret realm and found a sealed beautiful girl/handsome boy. It only took an affectionate kiss of yours to wake her/him. However, as soon as you kissed the other party, you were stabbed to death by him/her. Why? Damn it. Han Fei scratched his head again. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhang Xuanyu, who was not far away. However, he found that this lover boy who claimed the questions of the exam would be too simple, was also pulling his own hair and seemed to be about to lose control. The tension in the Wind Thunder Arena was about to erupt, mainly because these students were about to be driven crazy by these questions. Han Fei closed his eyes immediately and took a deep breath. Then, he looked forward, and suddenly a hanging fisher stared at him. Han Fei thought to himself, I'm not perceiving anything or transmitting any sound. Why the hell are you looking at me? Then he saw Lu Renquan was scratching his belly, with a stunned look on his face. To his surprise, Xia Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai were actually writing. Xia Xiaochan thought and wrote, and Luo Xiaobai didn't even stop writing. It seemed that these questions were not difficult for her at all. Han Fei took a breath immediately. I'm a heavenly talent. How can I lag behind them? And then he began to read the third question. The third question. You were fishing at sea and met a young man/girl halfway through. You fell for each other and wished that you could have met earlier. It was getting late. And the other party suddenly said they were thirsty. What would she like to drink? Han Fei took another breath. This kind of question must be made by lunatics. What would she like to drink? Water. However, the answer couldn't be that simple. What was in the sea? Spiritual fruit? Sap? No. Han Fei shook his head. Why the hell would I meet a girl on the sea late at night? What is her purpose? The only reason he could think of was that this girl must harbor evil intentions. Either she wanted to rob or kill him. After thinking for a moment, Han Fei wrote on the test paper, blood. This was the only thing on Han Fei that could be drunk. Maybe the girl had some quirks. The fourth question. You found a secret realm where there are 2 divine weapons. One divine weapon looks powerful and exudes an overwhelming evil air. The other divine weapon is crystal clear and magnificent. But you can only choose one. Which one will you choose? Han Fei grinned. This is simple. Han Fei wrote, only fools make choices. Adults want them both. The following questions became more and more strange. One question was. You met a small fish tied in the ocean. Behind you, 100 people were fishing. Without knowing it. And there was a secret realm where you could hide. Will you choose to hide in the secret realm or swim back to warn the fishing people? Note, if you swim back, you may not be able to escape from the fish tide. Han Fei was speechless and immediately wrote, why would I escape? Small fish. Tides are so rare. I will surely kill all the fishes. Suddenly, with a bang, a teenage boy was picked up. A hanging fisher threw him out of the field and said with a sneer, triumph. Town, Su Shu, used the secret pupil technique. You're disqualified from the exam and your exam results invalidated. Su Shu shouted, wait a minute, I haven't seen anything. I can still take the test. Give me a chance. All eyes fell on Su Shu, who had been dragged out of the field. Before everyone retracted their gazes, suddenly, another person was picked up. A hanging fisher carried a girl and said, Red Moon Town, Ning Kai, took advantage of the chaos to peep at another person's test papers. Disqualified from the exam and her results are invalid. Ning Kai exclaimed immediately, I didn't mean it. I didn't see anything. President. Bam. The girl was also thrown out and dragged out of the field. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is it necessary to be so strict? They just glanced around. Every examinee was scared. They all bowed their heads and went on with the exam silently. 1 hour passed. Han Fei found that the questions were not difficult. Some of the questions he really couldn't answer, but some he could answer with ease. Especially this question. You encounter a ghost ship looting at sea and you are desperately outnumbered. But as long as you hand over your sea-swallowing seashell, they won't kill you. What will you do? Han Fei sneered and wrote, I'll never ever hand over my sea-swallowing seashells. But since they are not going to kill me, I will rob them, but won't take their lives. Han Fei found out that among the questions he had read, he didn't know how to answer half of them. But it didn't matter. There were 3 short answer questions at the end, which should be simple. However, when Han Fei read the questions, he was confused again. The first question. You sneezed, sneezed again, and sneezed a 3rd time. Why? Han Fei was stunned. I'm AF * King Dangling Fisher. Why do I care about sneezing? Therefore, Han Fei wrote, a dangling fisher doesn't sneeze. Or maybe someone is missing me. The second question. If you are asked to manage a team of 100 people and you can trust all of these people, what'll be the first thing you'll lead them to do? Why? This time, Han Fei grinned. Of course, robbery. In places like the ocean, the fastest way to become stronger is to rob. Han Fei listed a bunch of reasons and was very satisfied with his answer. The third question, there are 2 completely enclosed secret realms. 1 secret realm has 3 pill furnaces, and the other has mechanisms that control these 3 pill furnaces. How can you find out which mechanism controls each of the pill furnaces, provided that you can only enter these 2 secret realms once? Han Fei smiled when he saw this question. This question is way too easy for me. It only took Han Fei 3 minutes to answer the question. Then, he looked back at the questions that he didn't know how to answer. However, he still didn't know how to answer them. He couldn't even understand the questions. How could he answer them? When Han Fei looked up again, he found that Lu Renquang was asleep. Zhang Xuanyu, propping his chin with one hand, was in a trance, with a pen in his mouth. Xiao Xiaochan looked very relaxed, legs dangling. If there weren't others around, she might have hummed a song. Luo Xiaobai had already put down the pen and closed her eyes for rest. Han Fei couldn't help sighing secretly. These people are really awesome. Based on Han Fei's experience, in an exam, you'd better fill up the test paper as fully as possible. In his previous life, although he was a sea explorer, he had taken a lot of examinations. So, he wrote, you guess under the first question, and under the second question, he wrote, because that girl is a neat freak. It only took Han Fei less than 30 minutes to finish writing. The mayor of the Wind Thunder Town suddenly said, the time is up. Hand in your test papers. No one shall leave until all the test papers are collected. At this moment, someone panicked, and many examinees in the field were Suddenly picked up by many hanging fishers. Peaceful orchid town, Gao Wu. Transmitted voice to others, disqualified from the exam and his exam results are invalid. Fiery dragon town, Wu Gang, transmitted voice to others, disqualified from the exam and his exam results are invalid. Sea source town. Divine billow town. In a moment, 13 people were caught. Han Fei was speechless. A bunch of idiots. Couldn't you see the hidden fishers sitting up top? How dare you still cheat in this exam? After a while, the test papers were collected. Immediately, countless howls sounded throughout the field. What the hell are these questions? Except for multiple choice questions, I don't know how to answer the other questions. I'm finished. I'm finished. I'll disgrace my town. I don't know how to answer these questions at all. They're too difficult. Who the hell made these questions? It's disgusting. Can a normal person answer these questions? I don't think I passed the exam. I couldn't even understand the questions. Damn it. Someone wailed, I just want to know, how should I know how many scales there are on a spirit-swallowing fish? Zhang Xuanyu walked over. Fei Fei. Did you answer the questions? These questions are crazy. Han Fei was stunned. Didn't you finish answering them early on? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. No. I didn't know how to answer these questions at all. Han Fei was surprised. Then what did you do just now? I saw you smiling. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Was I? Yes. Lu Renquang opened his eyes and looked sleepily at them. Well, is the exam over? Do you know how to answer the questions? Didn't you finish answering the questions? Lu Renquang scratched his belly. I felt dizzy when I saw these questions, so I fell asleep. Han Fei was speechless and turned to ask. Xia Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai, how about you? Did you answer the questions? Xia Xiaochan nodded. Yes. But there seemed to be many answers to these questions. I didn't know which one was right. Han Fei said, I couldn't understand the second question. Why would I be stabbed to death if I entered a secret realm and kissed the person awake? Xia Xiaochan said indignantly, of course you'll be stabbed to death. If someone who is not my boyfriend suddenly kissed me, I'd also stab him. Han Fei clutched his head. Forget it. I didn't ask you anything. However, Luo Xiaobai replied seriously, there are several possibilities. The first possibility is that this is a trap. The person is actually not asleep at all. She is just waiting for someone to come and kill him when he is not paying attention. The second was that the person deliberately fell asleep but was kissed awake by the intruder. The third was that the person was already very old because of the deep sleep. She could not accept the fact that she was already old, so she stabbed the person who woke her up to death. The fourth. The other four were dumbfounded. Luo Xiaobai gave a total of 9 answers. Is she really a human being? Dumb. 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 Before Han Fei and the others finished talking, there was a loud noise in the court. Someone hit the table with their head and broke the table. Another hit his own chest with a sledgehammer, trying to vent his anger. Someone thumped the ground with his feet like a crazy dancer. For a moment, the field became a large-scale self-mutilation scene that was very spectacular and bloody. When the over 5,000 people left the examination field, they all looked utterly Wretched. At this moment, Lu Renkuang was chasing Luo Xiaobai, asking what the answer to the first question was. Han Fei picked up his ears to listen. Luo Xiaobai said, I remember that when I was still a fisher, the first class I had was about spirit swallowing fish. The spirit swallowing fish live between 10 meters to 30 meters under the sea surface. And the deeper they live underwater, the smaller their bodies are. Those living the highest are the largest. But even the largest spirit-swallowing fish is only half a meter long. But this is not the key. The 3 points of spiritual energy a junior dangling fisher uses are equivalent to the 80 to 100 points of spiritual energy a junior fisher has used. And the force used for fishing is about 200 caddies, which means that the fish is more than half a meter in length, and a lot longer, indicating that this is a large mutant spirit-swallowing fish whose body length can reach 1 meter. Each ring of scales on an average spirit-swallowing fish contains about 25 to 30 scales. So, excluding the head and tail, the fish body is about 1.5 feet, so the number of scales is between 1250 and 1500. Taking the median, I wrote 1375. Everyone? Han Fei's eyes widened. Are you a devil? How can you even figure this out? Xiao Xiaochan cried out in surprise, are there so many? I wrote 500. Han Fei glanced at her sideways. How did you get that number? Xiao Xiaochan said nonchalantly, I just wrote the number of scales on your spiritual beast, little white. Han Fei was speechless. So, you didn't use your brain at all, did you? Xiao Xiaochan said carelessly, whatever. Anyway, even if I didn't write the right answer, I can still go to the unknown place. Huh? Lu Renkuang immediately agreed, yes, that's what I thought just now. So when I found that I couldn't understand the questions, I just went to sleep. Luo Xiaobai shook her head and said seriously, it shouldn't be that simple. This exam is obviously a selection method. Although the questions are strange, they seem to test our thinking ability. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Why do you think the questions were meant to test our thinking ability? They were obviously meant to make things difficult for us. Luo Xiaobai analyzed, actually, the first 10 questions were the most difficult. When doing the questions, I saw many people break down and give up answering them. But the hidden fishers sitting above were watching us. Obviously, these questions were meant to test our will. Everyone? Luo Xiaobai continued, of the total 108 questions, there were 50 multiple choice questions. These questions were meant to test a person's ability to judge and analyze in different environments and occasions. This should be the focus of this exam. Zhang Xuanyu immediately said, I answered these questions, all of them. They must be able to find out about my noble character from my answers. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Zhang Xuanyu. No, they don't care about whether we have a noble character or not. The purpose of the exam is to select proper people to go to the unknown place that is much more dangerous than the level 3 fishery. Han Fei said immediately, so, we just needed to follow our true intentions. Right? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Han Fei was overjoyed. Haha. That's what I did. Xiao Xiaochan's eyes lit up. Me too. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. What else? Luo Xiaobai continued to analyze, the other 45 questions were short answer questions. For example, your judgment in a crisis, the way to cope with a battle, the management and distribution of personnel, the use of terrain, the choice of weapons, the using standards of money, and your personality. These 45 questions involved many aspects and were meant to choose proper captains. Han Fei blinked. Personnel management? Can I be a good leader? For me, there is no management. The team members just need to obey my orders. Xiao Xiaochan looked envious. Xiao Bai, you are really amazing. Zhang Xuanyu nodded hard. If only you could have told us the answers via voice transmission. Lu Renquan scoffed. Oh. These questions are really a pain in the neck. However, Xiao Xiaochan asked, but Xiao Bai, what did the third last question mean? Why the sneeze? And she looked at Han Fei and said, someone said that if you sneezed, there must be someone missing you, right? Luo Xiaobai asked, who said that? Ahem. Han Fei interrupted immediately, well, let's go. The exam has been over. What's the point of checking answers here? Luo Xiaobai said, this question is actually simple. When you sneeze, there are only two situations, but the causes of these two situations are completely different. Han Fei couldn't help but pick up his ears. What situations? First of all, if you sneeze 3 times in a row, it means that someone in the water wants to kill you. Huh? Han Fei asked, why? Luo Xiaobai, like a straight-A student, explained. Because dangling fishers won't sneeze. If you sneeze, you must have been poisoned. And once you sneeze in the water, you'll definitely choke from a lot of water or lose your breath. If you sneeze 3 times in a row, it is enough to exhaust the air in your body. Then your weaknesses will be exposed and it's easy to give people a chance to kill you with one blow. So, if you sneeze 3 times in a row, it means that someone wants to kill you and you must be in the water. Everyone. Han Fei couldn't help but look up at the sky. What the hell? So is this the way straight-A students look at the world? At this time, Old Bai ran away again, and he probably went to check the test papers. SC. Wenren coughed, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. She just said, go. Go back. The result will be out tomorrow. Xiao Xiaochan asked, Teacher Wenren, why don't you just tell us the results? You seem to really want to tell us. Wenren smiled contemptuously. There is nothing to say. You guys are either too smart or too stupid. Can't you meet in the middle? Han Fei murmured, either be good or be bad. The most worthless are those who are neither good enough nor bad enough. Wenren Yu. Lu Renquang seemed to have forgotten about the exam. Let's go back. Shall we go back to eat meatball hot pot? Han Fei couldn't help asking, what is meatball hot pot? Lu Renquang snickered and said, when I was dreaming, I dreamt that I bought dozens of different kinds of meatballs from the Tree Core City, and then threw them into the hot pot. The taste was very good. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. You sound as though you've actually eaten them. The next day, the examination facilities in the Wind Thunder Arena had finally disappeared. And many people let out a long breath of relief after seeing the tables and chairs gone. The exam yesterday was hell-level difficult. As a cultivator, it was more comfortable to fight. Taking an exam or something was simply torture. Everyone gathered in the arena. The mayor of the Wind Thunder town said, the results of the exam yesterday have come back. Most people have a good result. The results have been informed to the academies. You can directly ask your president. After an hour, we will conduct the third assessment. Hiss. Everyone took a breath in shock. Is there a third damn assessment? Some people wondered, most people have gotten good results? Are you kidding me? Someone exclaimed, has anyone worked out those questions? For a while, no one was in the mood to think what the third assessment would be about, and everyone surrounded their respective president. As for the Thug Academy, there were only 7 people, including Old Bai and Wenren. You. Han Fei couldn't help asking, President, how many points did I take? Did I pass the exam? Old Bai was taken aback. Pass the exam? What is that? Han Fei hurriedly said, it's a 100-point paper. If I get 60 points, I pass the exam. Old Bai looked at Han Fei as if looking at a lunatic. What are you talking about? Pass the exam? 60 points? Are you dreaming? Han Fei. However, Old Bai said, but there is someone among you who has passed the exam. It's Xiao Bai. She seemed to have scored 60 points or so. Everyone. Han Fei couldn't help clutching his head. Luo Xiaobai only got 60 points? I must have failed this exam. After a while, Han Fei and the others knew that this exam had no score. Why was there no score? Because most questions had no accurate answers at all. The presidents, mayors, and the like just wanted to know about the examinees via these questions. Like Luo Xiaobai, she could even answer the crazy kind of questions. It really caused a great uproar among the teachers and leaders. Han Fei asked, President, we don't even have scores? Then what can you see from our answers? Old Bai gave Han Fei a weird look. Shut up. Among the 5 students, you and Zhang Xuanyu have the worst conclusions. Zhang Xuanyu said immediately, that's impossible. Kuang Kuang only answered 10 questions in total, while I answered 80. Han Fei nodded repeatedly. Yes, I answered all 108 questions. I don't believe I was wrong with 98 questions. Old Bai took out a fish skin map and said, let me read the conclusions on you. The evaluation is very objective and fair. Luo Xiaobai is extremely composed, self-demanding, good at observing details, and has a strong ability of logical judgment and thinking. She's a born leader. Her only drawback is she's too vengeful, which will affect her judgment. Lu Renquan has an upright temperament and knows his place. Although he is quite lazy, he dares to take responsibility. This person is very calm and equable and very suitable to be a law enforcer. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu cast their weird glances at Lu Renquan. What the hell? This guy just had a sleep and then got such a good evaluation? Lu Renquan murmured, I don't want to enforce the law. I am also a person full of adventurous spirit. Old Bai rolled his eyes at him and continued, Xia Xiaochan has a strong propensity for violence and vengefulness. But she's compassionate, not good at communicating with others, not good at dealing with others, but deep in her bones, she has a strong sense of justice. Besides, she has little common sense and experience in life. She's a born fighter. When Old Bai finished reading, he saw Han Fei trying to stop Xia Xiaochan. Don't be impulsive. Easy, put the dagger down. Humph. This obviously means I am stupid. Old Bai sighed. You are not stupid, but you have too little experience. If you grow up in a village, these shortcomings can be made up. Han Fei frowned. So old by means that Xia Xiaochan didn't grow up in a village? Then where did she grow up? Old by continued, Zhang Xuanyu is cunning, eloquent at arguing, smart, courageous and strategic. But this person is very selfish, completely indifferent to strangers, too self-interested, and vengeful. But this kind of person can live longer. Zhang Xuanyu immediately said angrily, the first half is true, but the second half is utter nonsense. Am I selfish? No. I'm so selfless that I make friends with so many people, especially girls. Wenren shouted, shut up. This is the final conclusion reached by 108 examiners, and you cannot refute it. Zhang Xuanyu was frustrated and said in his heart, these 108 people are all idiots. Finally, Old Bai looked at Han Fei deeply. What conclusion do you think you'll get? Han Fei blinked. Heroic and resourceful? Old Bai snorted and read, Han Fei, this person is extremely greedy, insidious, and cunning. He is vengeful, blindly optimistic, and acts like a desperado. At the same time, he's a bit of a psychopath, but fortunately, this person is smart. He's a typical crazy adventurer. Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Well, good. Your evaluation is much worse than mine. At least they don't think I'm a psychopath. Han Fei was angry. Who wrote this? President, as a scoring teacher, can't you show some sense of justice? Me, Han Fei, a psychopath? Insidious and cunning? Acts like a desperado? Old Bai closed the fish skin, then stroked his beard, and said leisurely. Well, it doesn't matter what evaluation you got. But it turns out that you are quite outstanding. At least, you don't have to worry about being eliminated. Wenren also said, especially among the 5 of you, 4 of you have received the evaluation of being vengeful. You really deserve to be a team. Lu Renquang asked, should I be vengeful too? Old Bai laughed. You can't. You're not a vengeful person. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Why do they think Xiaobai is vengeful? Luo Xiaobai replied, in theory, if you're offended by another cultivator and don't take revenge on him immediately, the other party will only go further. However, this won't affect my judgment. Old Bai smiled and nodded. Good. This is very good quality. Puff. Han Fei was speechless. You call that a good quality? Old Bai sneered. What do you think? Whether it is being greedy, evil, fair, clever, perverted, or vengeful. These are all typical personal characteristics indicating that you're outstanding in a certain aspect. Although the evaluation on you is poor, do you think it's easy to get this evaluation? These evaluations themselves represent a force. Even Lu Renquang was evaluated as being steady. It's not easy to get these evaluations. Old Bai paused. Besides, on the ocean, no one dares to offend you only if you are ruthless enough. Whoever dares to *CK you up, kill them, understood? That's why I said this was good quality. Everyone. In fact, Old Bai was right. Those who set up fishing trials, set up the ordinary fishery, level 1 fishery, level 2 fishery, and level 3 fishery didn't care about the life of ordinary people at all. If they cared, how could they allow killings during the fishing trials? The path of cultivation was dangerous in itself. They had just finished reading the conclusions, and the presidents of the other academies had already begun to roll the names. Bao Boyu, come out. Pei Hao, out. Wu Yizhou. The whole arena was filled with roll calls. Soon, more than 1,000 people came out. About half an hour passed before the roll call stopped. The president of the academy in the Sky Marshal town said, "Those whose names are called can stay in the Wind Thunder town temporarily. However, you are not allowed to enter the Wind Thunder arena today." Someone was shocked to hear this and asked, "President, why did we fail the exam?" "President, just now the mayor said that we had gotten excellent results in the exam." "President, I'm not convinced. I think those comments are wrong." "President, but he is much worse than me. Why can he stay?" Han Fei and the others looked at each other. Was this exam going to eliminate some people, too? Old Bai said, "The exam just eliminated those who are not good enough. It seems that the quality of this bunch of students is very high, and the number of the eliminated students is even less than 1,500. Han Fei thought to himself, "The comments on me are all F*King negative. How can you explain this?" "Everyone, gather." Just after the eliminated students left, the mayor of the Wind Thunder town called for assembly again. Everyone took their place and then saw a magnificent array appearing in the arena. When the big array was completely spread out, a huge portal appeared. The mayor of the Wind Thunder town instructed, "Everyone, listen up. The third round will be held in a secret realm. In the secret world, there is a mountain. No matter what method you use, as long as you climb to the top of that mountain, you'll pass the assessment. But remember, you must not kill. If anyone is killed, the killer will be eliminated on the spot and will be subject to extremely severe punishment. Okay, you have only 3 hours. Now, enter the secret realm." Han Fei and the others were overjoyed. This was simple. Exploring a secret realm was literally one of their favorite activities. Luo Xiaobai observed, "It's unlikely to be a directional teleportation, so be prepared. As long as we don't kill, we should be able to use any other method." Han Fei nodded. "That's right. To put it bluntly, there are all kinds of people competing with us, so we can't take it lightly. I just wonder if there are any treasures in this secret realm." Old Bai was speechless. "How did you have the face to claim that you are not greedy? Before entering the secret realm, you're already coveting treasure?" It turns out that the test results are almost 100% accurate. As more than 4,000 people entered one after another, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan stepped into the teleportation array together. When the last person entered the secret realm, the mayor of the Wind Thunder town smiled and said, "Everyone, let's go to the top of the mountain and wait." After Han Fei stepped into the portal, his eyes suddenly lit up. The first thing that caught his eyes was a towering mountain, which was a bit like the secret realm of the Fiery Mountain. But the difference was that this one seemed to be smaller and the mountains were completely different. If the big mountain in the Fiery Mountain was the same as a normal mountain, then the mountain in Han Fei's vision was a bare cliff 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground. And Han Fei found that the arc of the cliff was a bit different, which seemed to be more exaggerated than 90 degrees. It was T-shaped. The top of the mountain seemed to be parallel to the ground, which meant when a person climbed to the top, he could walk as if walking on the ground. The moment Han Fei saw this mountain, a strange conjecture suddenly appeared in his mind. Do they want us to rock climb? Han Fei had originally thought that there would be countless creatures and Continuous battles here. Who would have expected it to be like this? However, Han Fei frowned immediately. Now that we're in the water, can't we swim up? No, if I want to climb the mountain, I'll have to get close to that mountain first. Han Fei was about to swim over. As soon as he raised his foot, however, he was immediately pressed down by a force. Han Fei? Huh? There is gravity? The first thing occurring to Han Fei was 10 times the gravity the old B** starred. Ren Tianfei set up for him in the 7-star array in the abyssal chasm. No wonder, I feel like something is wrong. It turns out that this sea area is covered by multiple gravity forces. Han Fei felt the gravity here didn't reach 10 times the normal gravity. It seemed to be less than 5 times. Han Fei immediately tried to swim upwards, but when he swam about 20 meters against gravity, the gravity suddenly increased a bit. After swimming up to 50 meters, Han Fei felt that the gravity had already reached 8 times the pressure. Han Fei didn't intend to continue to try. He climbed to the shore, planning to hike over. Compared to swimming over against gravity, walking on foot saved time and effort. Han Fei had once cultivated hard for 2 months under 10 times the gravity. The direct result was that he was extremely fast without gravity. Even if he returned to the environment of gravity, he would still be able to give a full. He only had 3 hours, so he didn't dare to neglect this task. The mountain didn't look short at all. After he ran for only 2,000 meters, he saw a person who was also running against gravity. However, this person's running posture seemed a little unnatural. Obviously, gravity affected his efficiency. He was still on the bottom of the sea with only 5 times the gravity. If he swam out, it would probably be harder for him. That person obviously knew Han Fei. When he saw Han Fei, his first reaction was to run. Han Fei was speechless. Hey, why do you run when you see me? The man himself was also taken aback. Yes. This assessment is about mountain climbing, not fighting. Why am I running? So the man smiled awkwardly. Sorry. Han Fei ran 2 steps on the spot and then trotted over. Huh. Brother, you are a bit slow. That person. Brother, do you know that the assessment only forbids killing? That person? So, how about you hand over your sea-swallowing seashell? That person? The man was astonished. Han Fei, we are here to take a test. How can you rob me? Han Fei said leisurely, do you think the assessment is only about mountaineering? No, it also tests our ability to think on our feet. How can you have no sense of precaution? You should be careful when you go out. Shouldn't you? Avoiding dangers is a matter of course. So, hand it over. That person turned green. Han Fei, don't talk nonsense. We are taking a test. Bam. Han Fei threw out a punch. Under this gravity, every muscle of his could become his weapon. It was a breeze to beat someone who had not yet adapted to a strenuous gravity environment. The man was knocked out. Han Fei rummaged through him and fished out a swallowing seashell. He smiled and said, Brother, come on, you can do it. Then Han Fei ran away like crazy, as if having a small electric motor mounted on him. Little did he know that on top of the mountain, there was a sky-hanging mirror, so everything happening below was seen by the people here. The mayors and presidents had seen every single movement Han Fei took. Seeing this scene, the president of the Double Dragon Academy, from the Long Dragon Town immediately stared at Old Bai as if trying to make Old Bai ashamed. However, Old Bai just stroked his beard casually and said leisurely, "You have given him the evaluation. His current behavior is completely in line with the evaluation. Besides, that kid in your academy is indeed a bit silly." Ahem. The mayors hadn't spoken yet, and the mayor of the Blue Sea town, Kong Xian, coughed and said in his heart, "By Kongi, what are you doing? We can't control what happens in the field. But how can you provoke them off the field? Are you stupid? There were more than 4,000 people, so in this secret realm, within a radius of fewer than 100 kilometers, there was a good chance they would meet. Them to find each other even 10 or tens of kilometers apart. Han Fei didn't deliberately rob others. After all, these people might not have anything good on them. But it would be a waste of a chance if he didn't rob them if he met them. So Han Fei had robbed 5 people before he even reached the foot of the mountain. After Han Fei ran for about 20 kilometers and the mountain was close at hand, he found that there was an abyss thousands of meters long. Above the abyss, there were hundreds of chains connecting to the opposite side. The chains were only wrist thick, which were incomparable to the huge chains on the floating islands. The chains were not close with a distance of at least a kilometer from each other. On the chain in front of Han Fei, there were 2 people, one behind the other. However, the speed of the 2 was extremely slow. The person in front was a manipulator who could control spiritual plants to buckle the chain. The one behind was an armorist, carrying an armor box, swinging on the chain. Yes, he was swinging on the chain. The water current here was a bit strange and seemed a bit turbulent, which was probably one of the difficulties of the secret realm. Han Fei looked around, and there were people on almost every chain. People were gathering. More than 4,000 people were running to the same finish line. So they certainly gathered. Han Fei was not in the mood to rob anyone now. Just now, he glanced at the sea-swallowing seashells he had snatched, and the money inside was pathetically meager. The one with the most money only had a few thousand mid-quality pearls, and the one with the least money had only a few hundred mid-quality pearls. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered to rob these people. Han Fei jumped onto the chains and was about to run. Huh? 10 times the gravity? As soon as Han Fei fell on the chains, he didn't feel right. The chains were very slippery as if they were greased. Besides, there was occasional water rushing up from underfoot on the left and right sides, causing the chain to be extremely unstable and shaking. However, it was a minor inconvenience, and Han Fei didn't panic at all. However, many other people on the chains cast surprised glances at him. Can this guy run on the chains? Seeing Han Fei running wildly on the chains, the armorist in the front was dumbfounded. Who the F***ck is this guy? I'm like treading on eggshells, but this guy is running so easily on these chains. He was unable to steady himself any longer. Knowing that he was going to fall, he immediately started swimming. But he had only swum for a few meters before he kept sinking. Han Fei was puzzled. Is the gravity more than 10 times if one leaves the chains? Otherwise, why did he sink so fast? Han Fei shouted to the armorist, "Come on, swim up. You can do it." Han Fei simply slid forward on the chains like skiing. Ahead, the manipulator glanced back. Seeing that Han Fei was approaching, she hurriedly threw the vines forward like crazy. Fortunately, Han Fei was still a kilometer away from her and she still had time. However, she didn't expect that the chains under her feet started to sway. She looked back, only to see that Han Fei was sliding at her at an incredible speed. How can that be? This person hurried forward but was still caught up by Han Fei when she was less than 300 meters away from the opposite side. Girl, please get out of the way. Don't stand in the way. The girl was shocked and quickly bound herself to the vines. Then, she jumped to the side, which stunned Han Fei. She had made way for him and he really didn't have the heart to still bully her. Therefore, Han Fei stepped on the girl's vines and was about to run over. However, when he stepped on the vines, those vines suddenly rioted. Han Fei frowned slightly and jumped up suddenly, with a swing of a branch in his hand. All the vines were chopped up and the girl fell directly into the cliff. And Han Fei still had the time to say to the girl, "Bye-bye." Han Fei was also falling. He clasped the chain with one hand, turned around, and landed on the chains again. His whole set of actions was so smooth that many people were looking at him in amazement. However, Han Fei was still a little bit away from the opposite side. When he ran forward, he saw a soul warrior standing at the other end of the chains, trying to cut off the chains. "Hey, Han Fei, did you ever expect to be killed this way?" Han Fei's eyes narrowed and the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. A dazzling light burst out from his fist and he suddenly punched the embroidery needle. The next moment, Han Fei jumped up onto the embroidery needle, flying towards the opposite side like riding a sword. 300 meters was too close. As long as he was strong enough, there was no risk of falling down. The man didn't expect Han Fei to be capable of this and immediately ran away like crazy. Han Fei smiled and cast out his fishing hook with a swish. The person had never expected Han Fei to use the 1,000-mile fishing technique so skillfully and was dragged down to the ground by Han Fei. When Han Fei landed in front of his eyes, the man blinked. "Brother Han. Believe it or not, I mistook you for someone else just now." Han Fei pointed to the abyss and said, "Jump yourself, or should I help you?" The chain abyss was just an appetizer for mountaineering. It had been only half an hour since Han Fei's departure. Above the abyss, there were still people struggling, but Han Fei had already started running around the mountain. Why did he run around the mountain? Of course, to choose an appropriate location to climb the mountain. This thing was no different from free climbing. In Han Fei's view, two types of people had an advantage in climbing this inverted giant peak. The first type was manipulators, who could summon spiritual plants and climb up through the spiritual plants. At this moment, Han Fei saw a girl stuck to the rock wall with vines. However, the girl only climbed less than 100 meters and then began to slide down. The vines were easy to break off or couldn't protrude from the cracks in the rock. Anyway, Han Fei watched for about 10 minutes. Not only did the girl not climb up, but instead slid 10 meters down. Han Fei shook his head. It seemed that manipulators couldn't handle it. Or perhaps this person was too weak. Han Fei tried climbing about 10 meters. There were very few force-bearing points on the rock wall. He tried to use the power of Little Fatty and suddenly felt it much easier. Han Fei didn't rush up and continued to run in circles. If this trial was so simple, it wouldn't last for 3 hours. If there was no gravity, only half an hour would be enough, or even less. Han Fei ran for quite a while and saw many people climbing on the rock wall. The tallest one had climbed 700 or 800 meters. Then Han Fei saw a figure flashing like a spiritual monkey. It was Xia Xiaochan. However, Xia Xiaochan had already climbed nearly a kilometer, and Han Fei said to her via voice transmission, "Be careful. I'll see how Kuang Kuang and the other are doing." Xia Xiaochan was distracted and crushed the stone she was clutching. She sighed and replied, "Don't distract me." But Han Fei had already run away. For people like Xia Xiaochan, who had mastered the skill of flash, gravity was of little significance. She could aim at the target and flash over. It was just that at the moment when she flashed out, she would have to bear the gravity for a while, before she flashed again. When Han Fei found Lu Renkuang, he found that this fat man was actually squatting at the foot of the mountain, about to launch his bloodthirsty broadsword. Han Fei was surprised. "Hey, what are you doing here?" When Lu Renkuang saw Han Fei, he immediately said with joy, "Do you think the bloodthirsty broadsword can take me up?" Han Fei rolled his eyes at Lu Renkuang. "What are you talking about? This mountain looks as high as 7 or 8 kilometers. Can your knife fly 7 or 8 kilometers high? Even if it can, how can it take you, a fatty, up? I bet you will fall before you fly a kilometer high." "Really?" Lu Renkuang gave up his plan, rubbing his stomach. "Then I can only climb up little by little? How long will it take to climb to the peak?" Han Fei glanced at the rock wall and said, "It's difficult, but you are an armorist. Are you afraid that you can't climb up?" Lu Renkuang randomly found a small bulge and said, "I have already tried once, but ended up crushing the little small bulge I was clutching and falling down. After only climbing 100 meters. Han Fei couldn't help but lean forward to take a look and found that the small bulge was only thumb-sized. It was much harder than rock climbing to climb up with this thing. Han Fei pressed it with his hand but crushed it. Han Fei said, "This shows that we must properly control our own strength. The strength cannot be small. If it is small, it cannot resist the gravity, and the strength cannot be too great either. If so, it will easily break these small rocks." Lu Renkuang sighed and said, "I know. Then how great a force do you think I should use to climb up?" Han Fei looked at him. "Why don't you ask Xiao Bai? She is a manipulator. She should be better at this thing than you." Lu Renkuang's eyes lit up. "Yes. That is a good idea." So Han Fei and Lu Renkuang began to run around the giant peak. And they saw more than a dozen people getting together and cooperating with each other. They also saw 4 manipulators trying to get spiritual plants to hold on to the rock wall. There were more and more people under the mountain. When Han Fei arrived here, there might only be a few hundred people here. However, after he ran a half lap, people could be seen almost everywhere under the mountain. Most of these people had already started climbing. After they realized that this was a gravitational secret realm, they knew that time must be precious. In climbing, one just needed to use the right amount of strength. Therefore, what mattered in this round was the precise grasp of one's own strength and speed. However, these people were just climbing but had never thought whether there was any other way besides climbing. Some people might be thinking, but when they saw others had climbed hundreds of meters, they became anxious and started climbing again. When Han Fei found Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu, the two had climbed more than 500 meters high. And the speed of the two was very fast, and it seemed that They had not climbed for long. Lu Renkuang immediately said to them via voice transmission, "Wait for me." Luo Xiaobai looked down and was surprised to find that Han Fei and Lu Renkuang were below. Immediately after, 2 vines dropped down. Lu Renkuang quickly grabbed the vine. However, as soon as he dragged it, dozens of vines suddenly broke off on Zhang Xuanyu's side and he was hanging upside down on the cliff. Zhang Xuanyu said helplessly, "Kuang Kuang, easy. I told you not to eat so much, but you just didn't listen to me." Luo Xiaobai issued an order in her heart and large tracts of small leafy vines, like creepers, clung to the rock wall. Luo Xiaobai said, "It doesn't matter. My vines can hold 4 people. But Han Fei, you'll have to give me some spiritual energy. And Lu Renkuang, you can't completely count on the vines. The gravity on this rock wall is greater than outside, and it's not easy to cling to the rock wall." Han Fei thought for a while and said, "What about eating spiritual fruit?" Luo Xiaobai thought for a while. "Eating spiritual fruit will cause the spiritual energy in the body to riot and become unstable. Then the 4 of us will definitely fall. And have you noticed that there are many people near us?" Han Fei turned his head to look. There were probably nearly 100 people on the nearby cliff. Except for a dozen familiar faces from the Blue Sea town. The others were all strangers. Han Fei frowned. What if these people waited for them to climb to a height and then attack them? Han Fei grinned. "I see." With a swish, Han Fei took out the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers. In an instant, arrow light flashed all over the sky, and arrows shot up everywhere. "Han Fei, don't go too far. We haven't affected you." "Han Fei, you're maliciously preventing us from climbing." Han Fei snorted coldly. "This place has been occupied by us. You guys, leave." For a moment, hundreds of people fell one after another. They had no choice in climbing. As long as someone attacked from below, the person above couldn't climb at all. Someone immediately shouted, "Han Fei, if we are stalemated like this, you won't be able to climb the mountain either." Someone said, "Han Fei, at this time, we must trust each other." Han Fei sneered. "Trust? Why should I trust strangers?" Han Fei said, "Xiaobai, come down." "Huh? Wrap me with tough vines. I will climb up first and then drag you up one by one." "Huh?" Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. "Are you sure?" Lu Renkuang asked, "How long will it take you to climb up?" Han Fei grinned. "It's a pity that Xia Xiaochan has already climbed up, and I don't trust other people. As long as Xiaobai's vines are tough enough and won't be cut off by others, I can drag all of you up." Xia Xiaochan believed in the ability of Han Fei and the others too much. In her simple thinking, climbing mountains shouldn't be a problem for them. The only one she was worried about before she climbed up was Lu Renkuang, but then she thought Lu Renkuang was so lazy that he probably would turn to Xiaobai for help. But she took the problem too simply. If it were so simple, they wouldn't have been required to climb the mountain in this round. Luo Xiaobai looked at the extremely high mountain and said, "Once the vines are more than a kilometer away from me, I'll have less control over them. If they're more than 3,000 meters away, I can't control them. You'll have to remind me of the distance." Han Fei grinned. "I see." Then Luo Xiaobai and the others all jumped down. This was the 3rd time they had tried climbing the mountain. The first 2 times, some people were sabotaging their attempt. After they drove the first bunch of people away, the second bunch came. Therefore, although Luo Xiaobai and the others were quite strong, they couldn't handle this situation. In the distance, there were still people watching them coldly. Someone sneered. Anyone can climb up, but they can't. Han Fei could perceive that there seemed to be a lot of people ready to attack them, but he couldn't perceive anything on the top of the mountain where there seemed to be an array blocking his perception. Luo Xiaobai tied the vines to Han Fei and calmly analyzed, although I don't know why, the three of us may be besieged later. There will definitely be some people trying to stop you from climbing up. Let's try once first and find out. Those who harbor ill intentions. It was obviously unrealistic to beat all of the nearly 4,000 people. They briefly communicated and were sure that some people were targeting them. These people seemed to be in every academy, so they couldn't decide which academy they should take revenge on. It just happened that Han Fei came, so they immediately made a plan. Thousands of fine vines were intertwined, and the woven vines clasped Han Fei's body. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to climb up, but waited for Luo Xiaobai's vines to stretch out long enough. Otherwise, the cliff was almost 10,000 meters high. Which manipulator could make such a long vine? Han Fei could perceive that some people were waiting who didn't mean to climb at all and seemed to be waiting for Han Fei to start to climb up. Aren't these guys from the Fiery Dragon Town? No, there are also people from the Wind Thunder Town. Well, the Sky Marshal Town is also among them. Why? Han Fei could perceive that people from at least 8 towns seemed ready to attack him. Han Fei said, Zhang Xuanyu, there seems to be a lot of people. Can you resist their attacks? Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, we can have a try. I'm not sure. This gravitational secret realm has a great impact on me. However, it seems that it also affects them a lot. Let me try climbing up once. I'd like to see which towns mess around with us. Let me teach them a lesson. A moment later, when the vines had reached 5,000 meters high, Han Fei suddenly jumped onto the rock wall. Those tiny rock cracks and thumb-sized bulges on the rock wall were easily crushed by Han Fei with just a press of his finger. However, Han Fei took advantage of this little force and climbed up very quickly. On the top of the mountain, under the sky-hanging mirror, the presidents of other academies slightly shook their heads. The climbing method Han Fei adapted requires numerous bursts of his spiritual energy. And even if he can go up to the height of 7,000 meters, how can he climb over the thousands of meters parallel to the ground? The top of this mountain was T-shaped, almost parallel to the ground. Most people could climb up to 7,000 meters. But the part higher would be extremely difficult to climb over. Countless people fell from this point. As a result, there were very few people who could actually reach the top of the mountain. However, just after the president finished speaking, a figure flickered on the top of the mountain, and Xiao Shaochan had already reached the top. The presidents. At a glance, Xiao Shaochan saw a group of mayors, presidents, and the like, sitting together and looking at a huge mirror in the air. She also saw that many people were climbing in that mirror. After searching for a while, she saw Luo Xiaobai and the others and saw Han Fei jumping upwards. Thanks to Ren Tianfei's 7-star array, Han Fei's speed was extremely fast. And his control of his own body was horribly precise. At this moment, Han Fei was like running on the rock wall, which stunned many people. Damn it, do you think you're walking on flat ground? When Han Fei climbed a kilometer high, he sensed that some people were besieging Luo Xiaobai and the others. And then Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renkuang fought back and battles broke out under the cliff. However, Han Fei didn't stop climbing because these people were just underlings and the people behind hadn't come out. Half an hour later, Han Fei felt that Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't resist these people anymore, and suddenly heard Luo Xiaobai's transmitted voice. The mastermind behind this must be from the Wind Thunder Town. The Fiery Dragon Town and Million Gold Town are also the main forces. You can come down now. Swish. Han Fei stepped on the rock wall, kicked, and fell rapidly from his height. Holding the blue sea wandering dragon bow in his hand, he shot every single person from these 3 towns he saw along the way. Someone immediately shouted, "Han Fei, you be **starred. Han Fei, we have nothing against each other. Why did you attack us? Han Fei, you are too much. Why did you shoot us?" Han Fei shouted out loud, "Everyone from the 36 towns, listen to me. Anyone who attacks our Thug Academy will be treated the same as the people from the Wind Thunder Town, Fiery Dragon Town, and Million Gold Town." His voice echoed through the air. As Han Fei landed, a golden fist shadow fell from the sky. Those who were besieging Luo Xiaobai and the others were all dumbfounded. Why did Han Fei suddenly jump down? Someone shouted, "Come on, run." Han Fei shouted angrily, "I'd like to see how you can run away." Bam! The fist mark broke through the air and appeared 100 meters away in a flash. Some students from the Fiery Dragon Town were blown hundreds of meters away by the fist mark. A student from the Million Gold Town didn't run fast enough and was blasted into the ground by the punch. The students of the Wind Thunder Town were generally very strong, who were all above peak level dangling fishers, but still couldn't resist Han Fei's art of invincibility. This punch from Han Fei made their 5 internal organs shake. Luo Xiaobai issued an order in her heart and the vines wrapped around Han Fei's waist untied automatically. Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's deal with the people from these 3 towns first." On top of the mountain, the presidents were astonished. Why did they suddenly fight? Old Bai sneered. "Have you forgotten that we are originally thugs? They shouldn't have attacked our students in the assessment because of personal grievances. After all, 4 of the 5 students of our academy got the evaluation of being vengeful." Some presidents frowned. So what? How could they be sure that it's the people from the 3 towns who attacked them? The people who fought against them include students from at least 10 academies. Old Bai smiled again. Did you forget that Luo Xiaobai had excellent grades in the last exam? What is her evaluation? Strong ability of logical judgment and thinking. These people's siege of our Thug Academy is obviously premeditated. Unfortunately, they got caught. Down there, Han Fei was chasing a group of people and beating them. 5 or 6 students from the Wind Thunder Town exchanged ideas, contacted dozens of students from the Fiery Dragon Town and Million Gold Town, and were about to launch a counterattack. Although they knew that Han Fei was extremely strong, he was desperately outnumbered. No matter how strong Han Fei is, how can he resist so many of us? However, to their surprise, a small branch appeared in Han Fei's hand. Waves of knife lights shot out and instantly reached their eyes. Not good. How is it possible? How can these knife lights be so fast? These knife lights are unstoppable. What kind of weird combat technique is this? In the preliminary round, Han Fei only attacked once and shot out only one knife light from start to finish. Little did these people know that Han Fei had already merged the void-breaking technique and the art of invincibility into the knife lights, and it was simply impossible for them to dodge these knife lights. After a short while, everyone vomited blood. And Han Fei hadn't done his best. If he tried his best, these people would have been cut in half. Han Fei would not kill anyone. Otherwise, he would fail this assessment. These people lay on the ground one after another, looking horrified. Han Fei grinned and said, "You can try again. Come on. But you'd better pray not to meet me in the unknown place. Otherwise, I will kill all of you until the three of your towns are wiped out." Han Fei at this moment was like an evil villain, violent, arrogant, and crazy. Luo Xiaobai and the others started running around the mountain. Whenever they found a student from these three towns on the rock wall, they would knock them off the rock wall, letting go of none of them. The students from the other academies were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Can't you guys just focus on climbing the mountain? Why did you start to fight? Zhang Xuanyu launched the 9-layered waves in the furious sea, and several students from the Million Gold Town vomited blood and retreated. Zhang Xuanyu, why did you attack us? Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Because you started it first. These students said indignantly, "We didn't attack you." Zhang Xuanyu sneered. "I don't care. Someone in your town has attacked us. Anyway. So, no one from your town can go up." Luo Xiaobai controlled the vines to sweep around, and she launched the Grand Spirit summoning art. The students from these three towns within a kilometer all fell down. What was worse, Luo Xiaobai drugged them and these people all fainted in mid-air and smashed to the ground heavily. In just 1 hour, 80% of the students in the three towns were kicked down by Han Fei and the others, and the students from the other towns were shivering in fright. Everyone was speechless. What the hell is going on here? Only a few students from these three towns attacked you, but you kicked down all the students from these towns? Someone shouted, "Luo Xiaobai, do you really think the hundreds of us can't beat the four of you?" Luo Xiaobai responded indifferently, "If you don't want to climb to the top, you can try fighting against us. But you'd better give it a second thought. Because once you attack us, we won't let you off." Upon hearing this, many people frowned. "We'll have to stay with these people in the unknown place in the future, so we must not offend them now. Otherwise, these thugs will certainly not let us off." At this moment, the mayors of the Wind Thunder Town, Fiery Dragon Town, and Million Gold Town, including the teachers, were all grim-faced. Especially the people from the Wind Thunder Town. As the host of this competition, their students were almost completely annihilated. Wasn't this a slap in the face? On top of the mountain, there was still only one student, Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan had already started to walk around the top of the mountain. Soon after, she saw an acquaintance, Jing Chongfeng, from the Wind Thunder Town. At this moment, Jing Chongfeng had climbed above 7,000 meters and finished climbing half of the rock wall, parallel to the ground. Upon seeing this, the president of the Wind Thunder Town had a sinking feeling. However, Jing Chongfeng looked overjoyed. "The chain of ghosts and gods is amazing. I should be the first to reach the top of the mountain." As soon as his head popped up, however, a foot kicked him down. Jing Chongfeng? Jing Chongfeng fell down. He had been climbing for more than an hour, but ended Up being kicked down. His body fell from a height of 10,000 meters and he fell heavily into the water. He couldn't swim in the water. After all, swimming under such great gravity was much harder than climbing the mountain. Jing Chongfeng tried to hook somewhere on the peak with his fishing rod. Under gravity, however, the hook just touched the rock wall and then began to fall. Xiao Xiaochuan didn't even need to do anything. The one who climbed highest on the rock wall had reached the height of 7,000 meters, and someone had already climbed on the most dangerous part of the rock wall parallel to the ground. This section was particularly difficult to climb, and the climbers needed to use both hands and feet. Only by hooking up the cracks with one hand and one foot at the same time could climbers move forward slowly. Under the mountain, Han Fei and the others gathered together again. It was an easy fight. Those people were all clinging to the rock wall, so they could easily shoot them down. After those people dropped, they could just go up and serve them a good beating. There were nearly 400 students from the 3 towns, and none of them could climb up. The assessment didn't allow killing. No one would think it worthwhile to make trouble for 3 or 4 people at the expense of the future of hundreds of people. Han Fei, clutching the vines, took a breath and said, "I will go up first and then pull you up." Luo Xiaobai buckled Han Fei with the vines. "Okay. Just pull us up when you climb up." Han Fei grinned and jumped on the rock wall. Those thumb-sized bulges were completely enough in Han Fei's view. After 2 months of training by Ren Tianfei, Han Fei's muscle control had reached an extremely high level. Moreover, Han Fei's instant explosive power could completely enable him to find his next bearing point. So the students from the 36 towns saw Han Fei start to climb again. He was so fast that he looked as if sprinting on the rock wall. On top of the peak, Xiao Xiaochuan walked around but didn't see a second person climbing up, so she went to see the sky-hanging mirror with the presidents and mayors. In the mirror, Han Fei ran on the rock again, faster than the last time, which stunned them. A president frowned. "This lad's control of his strength is so incredible." Someone exclaimed, "This boy is brave and aggressive. Now no one dares to attack him on the rock wall." Someone said, "I wonder if he can still run so quickly on the part of the rock wall completely parallel to the ground." Han Fei didn't intend to do anything against other people on the rock wall now. For him, as long as the Thug Legend team could take the lead in reaching the top, fights didn't make any sense. At this moment, only within Han Fei's vision, nearly 20 people had climbed onto the part of the rock wall, parallel to the ground, and were slowly moving forward. Han Fei grinned. "Interesting, it's a bit challenging." It only took Han Fei about 15 minutes to climb to the height of 7,000 meters. The speed was staggering. In the sky-hanging mirror, it could be seen that Han Fei was already near the part of the rock face parallel to the ground. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he jumped into the air, spread his 10 fingers, and clung onto the special part of the rock wall like a big gecko. Han Fei glanced back. Now he could only rely on his hands and feet. At this moment, he was fighting gravity. Of course, he could use the powerful suckers of Little Fatty, but he didn't want to use them. Although everyone knew that he had an octopus as one of his contractual spiritual beasts, he didn't want to use him because he suspected that the results of this test would be reported to the unknown place. Han Fei spread his 5 fingers and sucked himself onto the rock wall with the twisting muscles of his hand. Han Fei was climbing like a big gecko. In just 5 minutes, he had surpassed an outstanding student from another town a few hundred meters away. After another 5 minutes, Han Fei had climbed nearly 800 meters. At this moment, Han Fei had changed to creeping forward. He spread his 5 fingers and clung onto the rock wall, and his forearms and calves were completely attached to the rock wall. 5 minutes later, Han Fei jumped and clutched the inclined rock wall at the edge with the force of his 10 fingers. The energy of his fingertips burst instantly, and he jumped to the top of the peak with a swoosh. Upon seeing Han Fei coming up, Xia Xiaochan was already waiting. The presidents and the mayors cast strange glances at Han Fei as if looking at a monster. To what level had this person cultivated his physique? He had been sprinting all the way without stopping for a moment. This was not the most shocking part. What shocked them was that every time Han Fei used just the right amount of force. This was particularly evident when he was climbing the part of the rock wall parallel to the ground. Everyone had to be amazed again. What precise control this boy had of his strength. When Han Fei got to the peak, he was stunned. There was a projection on the sky, reflecting everything happening below. Xia Xiaochan reminded him, "Pull them up first." Han Fei nodded. This time, his perception was not blocked. At the foot of the mountain, Luo Xiaobai and the other 2 were still waiting. Lu Renquang was eating dried fish and no one dared to mess around with them. Again. Under the mountain, Zhang Xuanyu kept looking up and his neck was almost stiff. "Do you think he has climbed up? It's too high. I can't see clearly." Luo Xiaobai said, "The vines are no longer tied to him. I guess he'll hit the peak soon." Lu Renquang muttered, "He's a monster. How can he climb up so fast? It would have taken me a day to climb up like him." Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "You won't say that when you run for your life. Someday." Lu Renquang still held the dried fish in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, the 3 of them rose from the ground and were quickly dragged upwards. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "So fast?" On top of the cliff, and Han Fei was quickly pulling the vines like he was in a tug of war. How heavy were 3 people added up? Even with 10 times the gravity, however, it was a breeze to Han Fei. The peak was more than 8,000 meters high, but the Lu Renquang trio was pulled up in half an hour. When they reached the top of the mountain, Lu Renquang screamed, "Here I am." Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai looked at the projection in the sky and were a bit puzzled. Old Bai suddenly said, "Okay, since you're all here, don't attack anyone now. I mean, leave some chances for others." Han Fei was about to walk around the top of the cliff, but was stopped by Old Bai. Han Fei smiled and said, "Fine, then we won't attack anyone. Anyway, we've won." So the 5 of them sat in the middle of the peak and watched TV with the mayors and presidents. Some people had just crawled out of the outer abyss. Some people had encountered a thorny grass forest, still struggling inside. And some people were fighting below. Most of the people had reached an area above 4,000 meters at this moment, but there were fewer than 300 people reaching 7,000 meters high. Among them, on the part of the rock wall, parallel to the ground, there were about 80 people. From time to time, someone fell off. In seawater, gravity was abnormally high, so they quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Han Fei and the others looked at each other. It was really torturous to start all over again. Some people got stuck at the height of 7,000 meters and stopped climbing. Why didn't they continue to climb? Because it was not easy to climb to this height. They were here to compete with others. As long as they were better than others, they had already proven themselves. What if they fell off if they continued to climb? The sixth one to reach the peak was Ming Kuan from the Wind Thunder town. Fortunately, he arrived after the Thug Legend team. Otherwise, he would have been kicked down by Xia Xiaochan. One after another, people reached the peak. These people were mostly elites from the 36 towns. For example, Li Hani was the 48th to reach the peak, followed by Zhongyu, the 49th. In the end, when the time was up, there were only 123 people who reached the peak. However, after reaching the peak, the assessment didn't seem to be over yet. And the mayors and presidents were still waiting. Finally, the people below found that something was wrong. The time was up. Why hadn't the assessment been over yet? Luo Xiaobai said lightly, the deadline must be fake. I'm afraid that the mayors and presidents just want to see how we act in the assessment. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, climbing the mountain is about strength and patience, perhaps as well as wit. Then what else is this assessment evaluating? We got up here by cooperation, so it can also evaluate teamwork, skills, abilities, and methods to solve problems. Zhang Xuanyu said, so you mean in this assessment, they can actually see a lot of things. Strength, character, patience, teamwork, and methods. Otherwise, why are they still watching? 6 hours later. A total of 527 people had reached the peak. At this moment, the mayor of the Wind Thunder town's voice resounded throughout the secret realm, the assessment is over. Everyone, gather on the peak. The sky-hanging mirror was removed. Gravity disappeared. The teleportation array appeared. Those who had climbed to the peak rejoiced. They had made it. They had beaten nearly 4,000 people. Han Fei and the other 4 came out of the teleportation array immediately. This secret realm was only used for assessing and didn't have any other use. After about half an hour, everyone left the teleportation array and reappeared in the Wind Thunder arena. At this moment, dozens of presidents were beckoning their students to gather up. As expected by Han Fei, many presidents began to read the list of the eliminated students. It took them a good half an hour to finish reading the list, and in the end, nearly 3,000 people were eliminated. When the eliminated students left dejectedly, Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, a total of 1,368 people are left. There should be no next round. Sure enough, as Luo Xiaobai said, the mayor of the Wind Thunder town said, congratulations to the present 1,368 students from the 36 towns. You are very lucky. Now let me give you awards. Huh? There are rewards? Haha, I knew it. We wouldn't have come in vain. The remaining people immediately cheered. However, Han Fei noticed that the presidents didn't look happy at all. Immediately, he guessed that the rewards must not be good stuff. The mayor of the Wind Thunder town said, now, let me announce the top 100 players in this competition. The mayor picked up a list. Congratulations to Xia Xiaochan, from the Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town, for winning first place. Congratulations to Han Fei, from the Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town for winning second place. Congratulations to Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Renquang from the Thug Academy, Blue Sea Town, for respectively winning the third, fourth, and fifth places. Congratulations to Ming Kuan, Front He Wind Thunder Academy, Wind Thunder Town, for winning 6th place. While the mayor of the Wind Thunder town was reading this list, many students were silent, and many students were surprised. They were silent because an academy they had never heard of before suddenly rose up. They were surprised because everyone thought Han Fei was the strongest. But it turned out that Xia Xiaochan won 1st place. Han Fei had made a name as early as in the Wind Thunder arena. Could it be that Xia Xiaochan was a talent even stronger than Han Fei, but was hidden by the Thug Academy? Han Fei said to Old Bai, "President, I think we seem to be a bit high profile." Old Bai's face was beaming with smiles. "Only this time. When you enter the unknown place, no one will care about what places you have won in the 36th town competition. So, just keep a low profile there." Han Fei could see that the Thug Academy suddenly became high profile because of the obsession of Old Bai. All this old man wanted was to revive the glory of the Thug Academy. This time, he finally got his wish. From today on, the name of the Thug Academy would resound through all the 36 towns. The legends about the Thug Academy would only increase, because everyone knew that there was an academy from the Blue Sea town. It only had 5 students, but in the end, these 5 students took the top 5 places in the 36 town competition. In history, it seemed that only the past Thug Academy had achieved this. They achieved exactly what they had once achieved. As soon as the places of the competition were announced, Old Bai lost interest. After a while, he brought 5 small black signs with 3 shining stars engraved on them. The 5 signs were the same. Han Fei perceived and found that among the 1,368 people present, only the top 100 people got the sign with 3 stars engraved on it. The remaining 1,268 people only had 2 stars engraved on the sign. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "So, those people who were eliminated just now, but have not left the Wind Thunder town should be able to get 1-star signs?" Lu Renquang said, "This seems right. And I guess those students who have already left may not have any sign." Zhang Xuanyu put his arms around Lu Renquang's neck. "Haha, that's a good guess. Then tell me, what does this black sign mean?" Lu Renquang thought for a long time. "Where do I know of this?" "It means that we are better than them." Xia Xiaochan scoffed. "Stupid. It must be related to the unknown place." Luo Xiaobai said, "This exchange competition is quite strange. The players didn't compete in fishing or combat power. It seemed to attach more importance on the players' personalities. Therefore, I guess this is likely to be the unknown place's method of selecting talents." Xia Xiaochan added, "So, everyone in the unknown place must have this sign. People there are ranked according to the number of stars." Han Fei grinned. "Xia Xiaochan, you've become smarter." Xia Xiaochan glared at Han Fei. "I was always smart." Han Fei looked at the sign repeatedly and thought for a while. Suddenly, he frowned. The material of this sign. Immediately, Han Fei went into Forge the Universe and took a look at the jail token that he found from the hexagon starfish's treasure. "Huh. The same?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. The hexagon starfish was imprisoned by Ren Tianfei in the ordinary fishery under the Heavenly Water Village 300 years ago. How could he have a token of the unknown place? Besides, the jail token certainly represented a jail. Did this token have anything to do with the jail in the unknown place? Han Fei decided to ask Master Hexagon how he got this jail token. The 36 town exchange competition was over. The Wind Thunder town organized a Farewell ceremony. Some people had made many friends here, while some had offended many people here. For example, the Thug Academy offended many people this time. Among them, Han Fei offended the most. Even the ordinary people in the Wind Thunder town were mostly offended by him. At this moment, Han Fei enthusiastically waved to the crowd and recited, "Very quietly I take my leave. As quietly as I came here. Gently I flick my sleeves, not even a wisp of cloud will I take away." Many people were angered by his actions, and some even blushed in anger. "I've never seen such a shameless person. So many of us are sending them off." But he said he left quietly. What does he mean? Shameless Han Fei. He didn't take away a wisp of cloud. He took away countless amounts of money from our town. He even abducted the ghost-eye giant crocodile from our town's arena. Han Fei is such a pain in the neck, arrogant and shameless. If he had stayed one more day, I would have challenged him tomorrow. Someone next to him was speechless. Why don't you go up and say that to him? Xiao Xiaochan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. What are you reciting? A poem. Luo Xiaobai was puzzled. A poem? It sounds very special. Xiao Xiaochan nodded. Yes, it sounds nice. Women were usually more sensitive to the beauty of words. This showed that, be it violent or cold women, they were actually emotional animals and were completely different from what they looked like. Lu Renquang also waved his hand. I won't take away a wisp of cloud either. Zhang Xuanyu regretted it. It's a pity we stayed too short a time in the Wind Thunder Town. Otherwise, I would have been able to get to know a few very close lady friends. What a pity, what a pity. Han Fei turned their heads around and walked to the teleportation array. Let's go. Don't take anything away. Let's hurry home and make money. Upon hearing his words, Old Bai stumbled in front of him. Make money? No way. The only thing you are allowed to do when you go back is cultivate. You'll only have less than half a year. During this period of time, you must stay in the Thug Academy and cultivate hard. Wenrenyu said, the president, Xiao Zhan, and I will supervise you 24/7 until you go to the unknown place. Huh? They all drew a long face and Lu Renquang said, alas. Let's have hot pot first, and then cultivate hard. However, Old Bai sneered. Hot pot? You think too much. For the next 6 months, you are only allowed to eat hot pot and barbecue once every half month. You must use the rest of the time for cultivation. Huh? Seriously? President, please don't. President, how can you be so cruel? When Han Fei returned to the academy, the news that the Thug Academy had swept over the 36 towns had already been spread by the fish dragons. Han Fei only had time to throw a sea-swallowing seashell to Li Gang before he was caught back by Old Bai. In that sea-swallowing seashell, there were about 500 low-quality spiritual weapons. It was said that a lot of people signed up to buy the local specialty lottery. Han Fei thought that this could become a long-term business, so he gave Li Gang a few more spiritual weapons. The rest was beyond his control. The day when they returned to Thug Academy, focus training began. Half a year later. In these 6 months, Han Fei and the other 4 were almost tortured to death. Xiao Zhan, Wenrenyu, and Old Bai forced teaching on them without any stop, almost leaving them no time to eat. Every day, they were only given 4 hours of free time at night. During this time, they could choose to do what they wanted. After the whole day of training, however, they could only use free time every night to practice combat skills and absorb spiritual energy. Of course, except for Han Fei. He stayed on the plantation during his free time. That was because Han Fei wanted to learn too many things. Everyone knew that the painstaking training of the past 6 months was to get them prepared for the unknown place. Old Bai and the teachers were no longer as lazy as usual, but trained them as hard as they could so that they could have a better chance to survive in the unknown place. Therefore, the 5 of them had no complaints. But Han Fei had learned a great variety of skills. He spent half a year researching arrays, knife techniques, bow techniques, footwork, and swimming skills. At the same time, as Ren Tianfei told him, he'd better find a heaven-level high-quality body refining technique before he went to the unknown place. Therefore, in the past 6 months, Han Fei didn't even spend much time staying with Xiao Xiaochan, but made the best use of his time. Fortunately, the training results were rewarding. Because he had already had enough spiritual power, he deduced the million knife art again. The combat skill deduced was indeed terrifyingly strong. Had it not been for the fact that it required too many weapons, Han Fei would have suspected that it should be classified as a divine quality combat skill. The deduced combat skill was as follows. 10,000 knives in 1, heaven level, mid-quality, remarks, it's a knife control technique. When it's activated, tens of thousands of knives shoot out at the same time like a starry river hanging upside down and follow the user's thoughts to attack targets. When the momentum reaches its peak, the knives will form a waterfall of knives and attack ceaselessly like a tide. The knives won't stop attacking unless the user gives a command. Disadvantages: requires too many weapons and extremely high spiritual power. Combat skill that can be deduced from it: meditation knife light. Completion degree: 0/5 million. Han Fei used it once when he was fighting against Old Bai, saying that he had created this combat skill by himself. At that time, all the knives and daggers Han Fei owned had shot out like huge billows. As long as the knives didn't break, the waterfall of knives wouldn't disappear. The ultra-quality spiritual weapons that had already absorbed the souls of mess-swallowing worms was sped up again and directly smoothed a small hill. The hill was shrouded by chilly knife intent. Then it became the training place for Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan. They didn't even need to find an opponent, but just needed to fight against the knife intent left by Han Fei. What was knife intent? In Han Fei's opinion, it was just the power of a knife, with a touch of the power of the art of invincibility, but he claimed that he had understood the artistic conception of a knife. In addition to 10,000 knives in 1, when Han Fei returned to school to cultivate hard for a few months, the upper limit of his spiritual energy had also increased a lot but hadn't reached the limit yet. Han Fei could only resume his old business. There was no shortcut to refining the body, and he couldn't strengthen the indestructible body art for now. So he simply continued to deduce the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. After trying 3 times and consuming nearly 30 million points of spiritual energy, he finally deduced the combat skill to a heaven-level divine quality 108 desolate god body, heaven level, divine quality. Remarks: the human body is like a funnel, with 108 key points and 36 fatal points. Tempering these points with this technique can make all these points become 1. When the user finishes practicing the technique, there is only 1 point in his whole body, and the user can easily absorb spiritual energy from the air. Disadvantages: the user may lose control in a pitched fight and the only point may be fatal too. Deduced art unknown. Completion degree, 0/50 million. This brand new 108 desolate god body art had once again crazily raised the upper limit of Han Fei's spiritual energy. After half a year, Han Fei had refined the acupoints in his body into only 32. And only by making all the acupoints one, could he be considered as having finished practicing the 108 desolate god body. In addition to the knife technique and body refining technique, Han Fei also deduced the shadow swimming art to a heaven-level high quality. The direct consequence of this was the 3 heaven-level, high-quality combat skills of the shadow swimming art, flying fish technique, and sea racing art had been integrated into one. This time, Han Fei only spent 3 million points of spiritual energy to integrate the 3 combat skills and came up with a masterpiece, 64. Dimensional Fish Dragon Dance. 64-dimensional fish dragon dance, venerable level, low quality. Remarks: this is an infinite art, which combines the essence of millions of swimming skills. From the 64 dimensions of this art, millions of skills and techniques can be derived. The preliminary grasp of this art enables the user to swim even faster than a wandering dragon. Once the user has fully mastered the art, he can leap across oceans and clouds in an instant. Disadvantages: it requires very strong spiritual power, and it's very difficult to get started. Deduced art unknown. Completion degree, 0/100 million. When Han Fei saw this art, he himself was shocked. When he finished learning about this swimming art, he was shocked to find that this game had several magical features. Firstly, with this art, you could simulate any swimming skills you had seen. Secondly, as long as you preliminarily grasped this art, you could use swimming skills and create new swimming skills at will. And from the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance, countless kinds of swimming skills could be derived. In other words, you could easily create a new swimming skill by randomly combining the 64-dimensional changes. And what was most impressive was its third feature, that it was not only a swimming skill, but could also simulate others' footwork. For example, Han Fei simulated Xia Xiaochan's footwork with this art and became much more flexible in combat. Of course, because this art was too difficult to practice, Han Fei hadn't gotten started yet, let alone grasped its foundation. Because it was too difficult, Han Fei didn't dare to continue to deduce it. Although he knew the combat skill to be deduced must be stronger than this art, what was the point of doing so given that he couldn't master it? At last, Han Fei studied the spirit-gathering scripture. The last 6 months could be said to be the most fruitful time period for Han Fei. Every day, Han Fei dragged the hexagon starfish out of the bull conch pit to teach him about arrays whenever he was free. Perhaps because his spiritual power had become much stronger, it was easier for him to study the spirit-gathering scripture this time. Han Fei studied 6 types of arrays. Spirit-gathering arrays. Han Fei had already learned this array. But in addition to the Great Spirit-gathering array, he also learned the Spirit derivation array and Spirit returning array. Concealment arrays. Han Fei wasn't quite familiar with this kind of array before and only knew the simplest kind of concealment array that couldn't even conceal a peak-level dangling fisher. After studying it, he learned that there were many kinds of concealment arrays, including the breath-concealing array, stealth array, and sealing technique. The sealing technique was very impressive. It could actually seal one's own real strength. However, people stronger than the user could still find out his Real strength. Speed arrays. This included 12 arrays such as water arrays, wind, chasing arrays, and tide arrays. Unfortunately, Hanfei didn't have the opportunity to study them one by one. Killing arrays. It contained the 100 water profound killing array, blasting water array, and 7 spirit killing array. These were the only kind of arrays that Hanfei hadn't mastered. He could only occasionally activate the 7 spirit killing array but hadn't learned it. Defense arrays. It included the 6 spirit armor, turtle array, big water wall array, etc. Hanfei only learned the 6 spirit armor. Sound insulation arrays. As the name suggests, they're used for sound insulation. But they could also block sound transmission and perception. Even if Hanfei had been studying the above arrays for half a year, he had only learned the breath concealing array, water travel array, 6 spirit armor, sound insulation array, in addition to the great spirit gathering array that he had already mastered. Yes, Hanfei only learned 5 arrays. He could activate these arrays by stomping his foot. Except for the great spirit gathering array that needed to be arranged, Hanfei could activate the other 4 arrays only by stomping his foot. If Hanfei was given enough time, among all the arrays mentioned above, he could also activate the 7 spirit killing array by stomping. In Hanfei's opinion, after the painstaking cultivation in the last half a year, his strength had gone to a higher level. In terms of combat power alone, Hanfei's combat power had increased by at least 30%, which was really fast. It was a pity that up to now, his spiritual energy's upper limit had not yet reached the top and he was still a peak-level dangling fisher. On the contrary, the other 4 had all made a breakthrough. Even Zhang Xuanyu, as assisted by the Great Spirit Gathering Array arranged by Hanfei, had broken through to be a peak-level dangling fisher a few days ago. For this reason, Hanfei was badly scolded by Old Bai, who said that it was because Hanfei had learned too much that he couldn't make a breakthrough for a long time. Of course, his words were very offensive to other people. They secretly complained, yes, that guy didn't make a breakthrough, but look at his strength. It has increased so much. On this day, Hanfei mused all night and understood the killing arrays better. The first thing he did the next morning was run to the bullconch pit and pull the hexagon starfish out of the pit. The hexagon starfish yelled, "Why are you here again? It's still dark. Cut the crap. Why does it matter to a starfish whether it's dark or not?" While Hanfei was about to ask the hexagon starfish questions, he heard the voice of Old Bai. "Everyone, gather." Hanfei was surprised. Huh? Is the time up? Soon, Hanfei and the other 6 people, including Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan, gathered. In the last 6 months, Chu Jinnan and Ling Yu basically didn't do anything else, and didn't even continue to fight in the Blue Sea Arena. The reason was that the Thug Academy announced the start of closed training. The Thug Academy was now very famous, so even if they didn't go to the arena, no one would say anything about it. Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan, who had nothing else to do, shuttled among the exclusive training fields of their senior brothers and sisters every day. For example, Hanfei's training ground was on the top of the mountain and he stayed in the plantation only at night. Lu Renquang was in the plantation all day. Zhang Xuanyu's training field faced a big mountain and was under the small peak where Xiao Zhan lived. Xia Xiaochan set up a training ground for herself, as suggested by Hanfei. She set a large array of wooden stakes on the training ground, but the so-called wooden stakes were only finger-thick and very soft. When Xiao Xiaochuan didn't use it, she would leave it for Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan to practice. The two of them crushed the stakes almost every day, and then replenished the area with new ones. Luo Xiaobai's training ground was certainly a piece of woodland. After she stayed in the woodland for half a year, a lot of strange things had grown out of the ground. There were various colorful flowers and plants in the woodland. But it was the last place that Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan wanted to go. Because once the two of them walked in there, hidden weapons shot at them from all directions, and they had to tighten their nerves. Of course, another challenging place for Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan was the hill that Han Fei used. It was shrouded with Han Fei's unique and invincible knife intent all day long. Every time they went in and walked around, they ended up coming to Han Fei to get the divine healing technique. Because of this, the growth of Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan was staggering. When fighting against them, Han Fei and the others reduced their strength to the level of advanced great fishing masters. Han Fei and the others didn't receive such crazy training before. There were only the two of Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan, so they could enjoy this special treatment. Because of the 5 senior brothers and sisters, the two of them had experienced hardships they would experience in the fisheries in advance. Of course, they were completely unable to fight back. As for Han Fei and the other 4, all of them had made great progress. Luo Xiaobai practiced a footwork technique and dozens of combat skills, including techniques about trapping, team battles, and attack. Xiao Xiaochuan found 7 or 8 combat skills in the library and took this period of time to practice all of them. These combat skills were mainly about explosive power, and with them, she could fight for 2 minutes without stopping. Zhang Xuanyu was working hard on his stick technique. He had deduced the 9 layered waves in the furious sea into the one returning stick technique. Then he combined the stick technique with a spear technique and created an instant mystic spear, which was comparable to the bloodthirsty broadsword of Lu Renquang, as well as Han Fei's draw technique. Han Fei didn't quite get what Zhang Xuanyu was thinking. In Zhang Xuanyu's own words, he originally wanted to learn Han Fei's knife light. However, he didn't practice the 1,000-mile fishing technique as well as Han Fei and was no match for Xiao Xiaochuan in spatial comprehension. So, as guided by Xiao Zhan, he stepped on a different path. Then he came up with the instant mystic spear. On the day the technique was invented by him, Han Fei stood still and let Zhang Xuanyu stab him, and to his surprise, Zhang Xuanyu thrust the spear 1 inch into his flesh. As for Lu Renquang, he was very special. The serial spirit gathering array Han Fei set up became his training field. In the last 6 months, he had at least swallowed 100 acres of land. He was practicing his sky-swallowing technique in the serial spirit gathering array but accidentally burst his spiritual heritage, which was reformed and reached the 7th level. Han Fei was really jealous of him. Hell, I tried so hard but haven't reached the 6th level yet. But this guy upgraded his spiritual heritage so easily. And now his spiritual heritage is at the same level as Tengu. After that, the power of Lu Renquang's violent war body and bloodthirsty broadsword was doubled, so was that of the other combat skills he had practiced. This aroused discussions among Han Fei and the other 4. They felt that when the spiritual heritage reached level 7, there would be qualitative changes, which might bring unexpected gains. At this moment, the 7 of them were standing in a row. Among them, Luo Xiaobai had the highest realm as she was soon to be a hanging fisher. Oh, no. To be precise, it was the result of Luo Xiaobai's deliberate suppression of her realm. Otherwise, she would have already become a hanging fisher. After all, they had no shortage of spiritual fruits now. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about spiritual energy at all. Old Bai and the other teachers stood in front of them. Old Bai said, "Tomorrow, you will set off for the unknown place and can't return until 4 years later." Old Bai looked at them seriously and said word by word, "Besides, what I want to tell you is that this time, we really can't set foot there. Unless something really big happens, we can't go there unless we force our way in." Han Fei was astonished. "Can you force your way into the unknown place?" Old Bai glared at Han Fei. "Only me. Xiao Zhan and Wenren, you are not qualified." Luo Xiaobai asked, "Why would you have to force your way in there?" "Ahem." Old Bai said, "If we don't, we can still go there, but would be subject to a lot of restrictions. Think about it, who is willing to let strong masters run wild in his own territory?" Lu Renquang asked, "President, why don't you make each of us a life tablet or give us something like the immortal seal or amulet?" Everyone looked at Lu Renquang. "What are you thinking of?" "The Thug Academy emphasizes survival in desperate circumstances. How can you demand these things?" However, to everyone's surprise, Old Bai took out a black jade tablet. "Everyone, leave a drop of essence blood on it. This is your life tablet. If it breaks, we will find out." Xiao Zhan waved his hand and threw 5 diamond bracelets to the 5 of them. "These are your amulets. They can withstand the attacks of junior hidden fishers. But the number of times is limited. If you keep being attacked, they can't even resist an intermediate hanging fisher." Xiao Shaochan was shocked. "Am I dreaming?" Old Bai said, "As for the immortal seal, I think Faceless has given some to you, right? In fact, the effect is the same. If that immortal seal can't save you, no other immortal seal can save you. So now you've got the life tablet, the immortal seal, and an amulet." Everyone secretly took a breath. The trip to the unknown place must be really dangerous. Otherwise, why has Old Bai suddenly become so generous? Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan were holding their breath on the side. From the tense atmosphere, they could tell how dangerous this trip would be. They were even more worried than the 5 themselves. Old Bai said leisurely, "Since you will be away from school for a long time this time, and it may even be the last time for me to see you, you can ask me any questions you'd like." Han Fei's eyes immediately brightened. "President, why did our Thug Academy decline?" Everyone pricked up their ears. They had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Old Bai rolled his eyes. "Change the question." Everyone was speechless. "Liar." Xiao Shaochan broke the silence. "President, after we come back from the unknown place, can we defeat the 1,000-star city?" Wenren Yu said, "By the way, let me tell you something. The 36 towns will send people to the unknown place, so will the 1,000-star city, and they will send more people there. Therefore, if you can conquer the unknown place, you can also defeat the 1,000-star city." Old Bai nodded and said, "Yes, if the time is right, we may possibly move. We also have a site in the 1,000-star city." "Huh?" Everyone was astonished. "Does our Thug Academy have a site in the 1,000-star city? I heard the land there is very expensive. We haven't been there for 30 years. Does the site still belong to us? Then why don't we move there now?" Did our Thug Academy move here from the Thousand-Star City? For a moment, they were in an uproar. This was a really big surprise for them. They had thought that it was already very awesome for the Thug Academy to occupy an entire island in the Blue Sea town. They didn't expect that it also had a site in the Thousand-Star City. Old Bai sneered disdainfully. What's all the fuss about? Can't you ask some constructive questions? Xiaozhan said, for example, the questions about the unknown place itself. Han Fei and the other four had to give up prying into the academy's gossip. They complained in their hearts, didn't you say that we could ask any questions? Luo Xiaobai took the lead to change the topic. President, what should we pay attention to when we go to the unknown place? Old Bai said leisurely, keep a low profile. Huh? Han Fei asked weakly, President, are you sure you don't mean a high profile? Old Bai pondered for a moment. The main reason is that even if you are high profile, you may not be able to stand out. I told you there are a lot of talents there. You may think you can keep a high profile and steal the show. But in fact, others are stronger than you. Han Fei grinned. Now I'm really looking forward to it. Old Bai coughed. However, there is no need to worry too much. Our Thug Academy has people in the unknown place. Everyone? Wenren and Xiaozhan smiled, giving Han Fei a strange feeling. Han Fei's first reaction was Old Jiang and Jiang Qin. These two must be in the unknown place. He must dig them out this time. These were two big shots and he must not let go of the chance of riding on their coattails. Although the unknown place was huge, there would be a great chance to meet them since he would have to stay there for 4 years. Xia Xiaochan asked, is there another junior uncle there? Lu Renquang added, this junior uncle won't rob us, will he? Old Bai's face immediately darkened. Don't be misled by faceless. When you get there, your senior brother Dashuai, Marshal, will receive you. Senior brother Dashuai? Marshal? Huh? Do we have a senior brother who is a marshal? Old Bai paused and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Humph, you'll know when you get there. For some reason, Old Bai seemed suddenly to be in a bad mood. Everyone guessed that this senior brother must have some sort of conflict with the academy. Otherwise, how come they had never heard of this senior brother before? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. I guess he is probably on the same level as junior uncle. Faceless. Being a marshal, he can't be weak. However, since Old Bai said that senior brother Dashuai would receive him and they would meet him in the unknown place, he didn't ask any more. Wenren smiled strangely. You should be careful when you get there. Don't be reckless. The unknown place is not like the 36 towns, and not everyone there is so easy to get along with. When you get there, follow the rules. Of course, don't be afraid and lose the face of the Thug Academy, understood? Xiaozhan nodded and said sternly, when you get there, don't think about exploring secret realms all day long. The unknown place is vast and boundless. And the secret realms in the sea are as many as the stars. Even in the near sea area, there are countless unexplored secret realms. But it's different from the level 3 fishery there. You'll find out when you get there. Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, Teacher, can we still form a team there? Xiaozhan answered, yes, you can, but you may want to go about your own business. If you get rid of some constraints, you can still choose to form a team. Old Bai suddenly said, Han Fei, come with me. The others, stay here and continue asking questions. Han Fei? After a while, Han Fei came to the library with Old Bai. Han Fei asked in confusion, President, is there something you want to tell me? Alone? Old Bai threw him a few sea-swallowing seashells. I've exchanged your mid-quality pearls for high-quality ones. There are a total of 15 million high-quality pearls. I know you might think these are too few, but that's all I can give you from the floating islands. Han Fei was overjoyed and took the sea-swallowing seashells. Although 2 billion mid-quality pearls were only exchanged with 15 million high-quality ones, the qualities are completely different. If he took 2 billion mid-quality pearls to the unknown place, there might be no place for him to exchange them. Then, Old Bai handed him a jade slip. This is a book about refining, but it is only a preliminary introduction. Learn some refining techniques in the unknown place. I don't know whether you have any refining techniques or not, but I guess you must have some. When you reach the unknown place, find a way to get a refiner certificate from the refining hall. Otherwise, you'll arouse people's suspicion. Han Fei's eyes widened. Is there a certificate for refining? Han Fei never imagined that there was actually a certificate for refining. Old Bai smiled. That thing is of high value. In the unknown place, the status of refiners is not low. Especially the refiners who conceal spirits, they are all 1 in a million. Han Fei memorized what Old Bai said in his mind. From what Old Bai said, it could be seen that the status of refiners who could seal spirits enjoyed a high status. In the Blue Sea town or the Level 3 fishery, there were actually very few refiners, especially those who could seal spirits. On the floating islands, it was because most people couldn't afford it. In the dangerous Level 3 fishery, with dragon boats around, which refiner dared to show what he was capable of easily? Han Fei couldn't help but think, in the unknown place, can I give a full play to my talents? Han Fei asked weakly, President, anything else? Old Bai thought for a moment. I know that you will definitely go find Old Jiang when you reach the unknown place, but I suggest you don't be in a hurry to find him. Wait for the right time. Han Fei was surprised. Why? I think I can definitely find him in the plantation of the unknown place. Old Bai snorted. And then? Han Fei scratched his head. Yes. What would he do after? Old Bai cast a look at Han Fei. Don't think that with the sea token, you are someone. It's uncertain whether it'll be a blessing or a curse. You are still an advanced dangling fisher. What makes you think you're qualified to explore the secrets of the sea token? Han Fei was speechless. So when can I be qualified to explore the secret of the sea token? Old Bai thought about it. Perhaps when the number of the stars on your waist tag becomes 7. 7? Han Fei was a bit shocked. In the 36-town exchange competition, a total of 100 3-star waist tags were issued, which represented the top 100 among the countless students in the 36 towns. It could be seen that it wouldn't be easy to increase one's number of stars. Old Bai said 7, but what did a 7-star waist tag stand for? Seeing Han Fei lost in thought, Old Bai said, Okay, you can go now. You can take away the hexagon starfish, but not the ghost-eye giant crocodile. Of course, if any of you can make that thing your contractual spiritual beast, you can take it away. Han Fei thought for a while and decided not to do it. The crocodile was of no use to him now, and he already had enough contractual spiritual beasts. After talking with Old Bai, Han Fei walked casually to Shaozhan's small hill. In the past 6 months or so, the hexagon starfish had almost grown into a hexagon sea pig. As for the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, since he came to this place, he had been in panic all day long. Who would have believed that a mysterious creature would be bullied here every day? He was only a legendary creature, so he'd better keep a low profile. But fortunately, Han Fei and the others were leaving, and the president and teachers didn't bother to pay attention to him, and the two younger students dared not to mess around with him. Relatively speaking, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile found itself much more comfortable than the hexagon starfish. Besides, the spiritual energy here was very abundant, so he promised old Bai to be the guardian spiritual beast of the academy for several years. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile liked to lie on its stomach in the plantation, because there was the most spiritual energy there. As a lazy starfish, the hexagon starfish liked the bull conch pit most, because there he could have bull conches massage him every day. At this moment, two bull conches were massaging the two tentacles of the hexagon starfish. He was lazily basking in the sun, a little too cozy. Han Fei said with a black face, "Come out. Do you want to ask me about arrays again? I really don't know anything about them. The starfish's arrays are inherited, not learned." Han Fei grinned and said, "Do you remember the sign I asked you about?" The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled. 300 years ago, I was too young, so I forgot where the black card came from. Han Fei chuckled. "It doesn't matter. I'll take you to revisit the old haunt." The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled, and he immediately became cautious. "Where? I'm not going. This is my home. I'm not going." Han Fei directly took out its essence blood and said, "Alas, then you're of no use to me." "Fine, let me crush this useless essence blood then." No. "Wait a minute, let's talk." Han Fei rolled his eyes at the starfish. "Come out. You have enjoyed this pit for so long, it's time for you to work." The hexagon starfish? Han Fei grabbed a tentacle of the starfish, waved, and a large mass of clean water wrapped the hexagon starfish. A few minutes later, the palm-sized hexagon starfish appeared on Han Fei's shoulder. "You said you would return the essence blood to me." Han Fei said leisurely, "I've fed you for more than half a year, and there are big bull conches giving you a massage every day. Do you think this was for free? The labor contract is renewed for 4 years, and I'll return your essence blood to you 4 years from now." The hexagon starfish. When Han Fei returned to the team, Xia Xiaochan asked in surprise, "Is the big starfish going with us?" The hexagon starfish seemed to grasp the last straw. "No, I'm not going. This is my home. I'm not going." Han Fei nodded as if not hearing him at all. "Yes, this guy occupies too many resources in the school. I'll just take him with me." Lu Renquang laughed. "Master Hexagon, let's go. More people, more fun." The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling. "But I am a starfish." They had been preparing for a full half a year to go to the unknown place. Not only the Thug Legend team, but everyone else who would go with them also dared not to slack off in the past 6 months. Even the guys who were eliminated in the first round of the exchange competition dared not slack off in the slightest. Because their teachers said, with their qualifications, if they didn't want to die, they would have to try their best to cultivate. At this moment, the 5 of them stood in front of the school. Han Fei glanced at the school sign, and the characters on it were carved by him. Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "How many times is this?" Han Fei muttered, it'll be a long time before we come back this time. Xia Xiaochan nodded. But we'll be back. Lu Renquang sighed. Oh. My good days are over. What a pity. Luo Xiaobai said. Lightly, this is just another journey of ours. Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan stood in front of the school, looking at them wistfully. In their hearts, these were their very nice senior brothers and sisters. Among them, the best were Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang, because these two weren't as crazy as the other three. Of course, the other three were also very good. It was just that they often abused them, which was a little bit hurtful. Chu Jinnan said, first, senior brothers, senior sisters, go there and take good care of yourselves. Han Fei said with a long face, what are you guys talking about? You act as if we're going to die. Ling Yuan added, senior sisters, I will miss you. Zhang Xuanyu said unhappily, why only senior sisters? Won't you miss your senior brothers? Especially me. Ling Yuan smiled awkwardly. Sure, I'll miss you too. Xia Xiaochan said, go back. We're leaving. Han Fei said to the two of them. By the way, I left some more knife and tent on that little hill just now. Make good use of it. Chu Jinnan. Ling Yuan. Xiao Zhan and Wenren, you took the 5 of them to the teleportation array in person, but Old Bai didn't come. 1 hour passed. They strolled slowly into the teleportation array and found that many people in the 3 major academies were already standing there. Xiao Zhan patted Han Fei and Xiao Zhan on their shoulders. This is a hurdle that cannot be avoided. Everyone in the Thug Academy must take this step. Work hard. Wenren, you said to them, when you get there, remember not to be too hasty. Play safe. If you have any problems, just turn to your senior brother Dashui for help. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I see, teacher, we're going. Wenren, you waved her hand. Okay. Take care. Although the other people from the 3 major academies didn't like the 5 of them, they had no conflict of interest, and even Li Hani's anger with Han Fei had almost gone. That was mainly because Li Hani had realized his gap with Han Fei. He had no chance to win against the Thug Legend team. However, when the others saw that Han Fei was still an advanced dangling fisher, they were surprised. Hasn't this guy made a breakthrough after half a year? At this moment, Luo Xiaobai walked into the crowd and looked at Han Fei. When can you make a breakthrough? Han Fei smiled. No hurry. We'll see when we get there. Xia Xiaochan pinched Han Fei's flesh. Alas, I can't stab you and make you bleed anymore. Han Fei. The teleportation array leading to the unknown place was separate. At this moment, many people were here saying goodbye to their families. Xiao Zhan and Wenren, you didn't come here probably because they didn't like the cheesy parting scene. Therefore, the 5 of them went directly to the teleportation array, preparing to pass directly. Someone shouted, Han Fei, wait a minute. Han Fei looked back. It was the violent girl, Xiang Zuozua. Han Fei smiled and said, what's the matter? Xiang Zuozua pulled Han Fei to the side, then glanced at Xia Xiaochan, and said to Han Fei via voice transmission, someone asked me to bring you a message. Han Fei curled his lips. Huh? Xiang Zuozua rolled her eyes. Can you be more serious? He Xiaoyu is a good girl. She just asked you to be careful. What do you want to say to her? I'll ask my classmates to tell her. Han Fei thought for a while. Live a good life. Don't yearn for the infinite ocean. Xiang's Wazwa. Han Fei waved his hand. I'm leaving. Xiang's Wazwa stomped her foot in anger. What an unromantic man. Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan and grinned. It's okay. Let's go. Xia Xiaochan gave Han Fei a sly look. I didn't ask anything. They came to the teleportation array. There were guards standing here. Seeing them, although they knew them, they still said, waist tag. Han Fei and the others took out their 3-star waist tags, and the guards nodded and let them go. They stepped into the teleportation array without looking back. Outside, Wenrenyu sighed lightly. They've gone. Xiaozhan nodded. Yes, let's go back. Wenrenyu turned around and sighed again. Do you think they'll follow the same old disastrous road if they keep growing at this speed? Xiaozhan shook his head slightly. It's not easy. They're not there yet. Han Fei opened his eyes. The first things that caught his eye were 2 tables. 6 hanging fishers in battle suits, the clear sky behind them, and a sea of clouds. In the sky? Floating island? When Han Fei looked back, he took a breath. This portal is really big. Yes, Han Fei saw a super portal that was hundreds of meters high. It was empty. In front of and behind this huge teleportation array, which was placed in the sky, like a huge eye. Visitors, put on your waist tags. Ahead, 2 hanging fishers were sitting at the table. One of them said, lightly, not seeming to be in a hurry. Han Fei looked at these people's waists. Among them, the 2 sitting people had 5 stars on their waist tags. The other 4 people standing had 4 stars on their waist tags. Han Fei frowned. Sure enough, the waist tag is divided into different grades. But 2 random people he met here had 5-star waist tags. He and the other top 100 students in the 36 towns only had 3-star waist tags? Han Fei and the others put on their own waist tags. When those hanging fishers saw the 3-star waist tags, their eyes lit up. Another man said, come here and sign in. Luo Xiaobai took the lead to walk down. There were obsidian steps at her feet. On both sides of the steps, there were 100-meter-high statues of soul warriors holding clubs. When they came to the table, a person lazily said, after signing in, go to the side and wait for the waist tag to be refined. Huh? Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. Can this waist tag be refined? The man said indifferently, of course. If you have an accident in the future, your waist tag will shatter with you, and we will find out. Xia Xiaochan said, so, this is equivalent to the life tablet in the unknown place? The man nodded. Yes. Your waist tags have 3 stars. It seems that you're quite talented. I guess you won't die so easily. However, the waist tag does not only serve as a life tablet, we will talk about it when everyone arrives. After Han Fei and the others signed in, they waited in a clearing tens of meters away. About 20 people had already stood there. A drop of essence blood was dropped into the waist tag, and the waist tag suddenly burst with blue light, and the 3 stars flickered. Han Fei was surprised to find that there was suddenly a link between him and his waist tag. At this time, a hanging fisher said, after you refine your waist tag, even if the waist tag is lost, it does not matter. The stars will automatically appear on your palm. If your waist tag is 100 kilometers away from you, it will shatter and you can reapply for one. In the teleportation array, people appeared one after another. Those hanging. Fishers didn't have time to talk to them anymore, but to explain to the newcomers. Xia Xiaochan suddenly tugged at Han Fei's sleeve and said, "Look, there are steps over there that lead to the sky." Everyone followed Xia Xiaochan's gaze. In the clouds, there seemed to be steps, leading to the sky and disappearing into the clouds. Woo! Squeak, suddenly, above the distant sky, an ethereal voice went out. In all directions. Han Fei's expression changed immediately. Whale? It sounded like a whale. But whales emitted ultrasonic waves, which humans shouldn't hear, but cultivators could hear. He was sure this sound belonged to a whale. The next moment, the clouds broke open, and the head of an extremely big whale poked out of the clouds. As the fish twisted its body downward, they finally saw the true face of the big fish. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The hexagon starfish crawled to Han Fei's neck, staring at the fish with his big eyes. What a big creature! Xia Xiaochan gulped. What a big fish! Lu Renkuang asked, how many meals does it have to eat a day?